Hello everyone, welcome to the live stream. Sorry I'm a little bit late. I just had to restart my computer because things weren't working for some reason. Occasionally it sort of bugs out, but we're back now. We are back. How is everyone? Can't guarantee I'm going to stay on very long tonight because I'm a broken man. I'm suffering. It's been a really tough couple of days. Let me just get some things set up before we begin. Got to open up all the tabs that I had open just a minute ago. Where are we? Are we live? Yeah, we're live. Got some people rolling in. Some people rolling in. Turn that on. Do that. Do that. Got the music going. Music's working tonight. Okay, I think we're good. Welcome everyone. Why are you broken, Tracy? I've been scraping a roof. I finished the roof today. It was such a good feeling getting to the end. Oh my god. I forgot to put some pictures on Facebook, but it's been an absolute. I don't know how people do this roof scraping stuff. So people that do like 2 or 3 roofs a week, like how? And granted, I was doing it on my own, which probably would have helped if there was another person. It needs USB.
This one.
B, I think. You know, the older one.
Yeah, but I can't find it.
There's one in my van, if you want to get that one. It's a big long one. Sherry. I mean, they might still be on about 20%, so you should be alright. It's up to you. Risk it or... Should be good. Yeah.
I can't try it though, can I?
You can't, as it'll steal the audio.
Does that matter for 2 seconds?
It might mess everything up. I've just had to restart the computer again because it just bugged out at the last minute when I went to go live. Yeah. The Lawn Ranger, welcome. Low and Co. I've not seen your name in here before. Welcome. BM Garden Services. Matt. Yo. Wash Fix, welcome. How you doing, mate? Russ. Return of Ammo. Hooper. McFlurry time. It's not a thing anymore, apparently. Is it? Come and explain why it's not a thing. Come on, because it's...
You've already had pudding tonight.
Nothing to do with me.
You've already had pudding tonight.
Yeah, but on Mondays we have 2 puddings normally, don't we?
No. That's naughty.
Sophie's decided that we don't have McFlurry Mondays anymore because she's on a diet. She's got this... Don't know where she's got this motivation to go running every... She's going running twice a week, followed by... How many lengths are you doing now? Swimming? How many lengths on an average night? How many widths?
Possibly widths. I don't know. You're asking me weird questions.
Sorry. I bagged a job at 2 local harvesters for pressure washing. How did you get 2 harvesters? That's very impressive. Well done. How'd you go about getting 2? Did you just get friendly with the first one and they got you to do another as well? That's awesome. Shay, welcome. Your wife, yeah. Limosical, welcome. There's a few new names in here tonight. What's going on? Martin. Prompt. You waved her on. Nice. I don't swim at all, but Soph is... She used to be in the Nationals, so she's a very, very good swimmer. And she's just getting back into it. So I've been scraping a roof, as you guys probably saw if any of you have watched the latest video that's up on the channel now. And it's probably the hardest job I've ever done. Possibly one of the hardest things I've ever done. The least rewarding, most demotivating, most taxing on my body for the longest amount of time thing I've ever done. Like, Who thought roof scraping was a good idea? And why have I booked another 2 in? What am I doing? I've also booked in a pressure washing job to pressure wash a roof. I don't know what's wrong with me. I need to figure this out because I think it's about time I took someone on. Because at least there I can, at least then I can share the pain, the burden with someone else. My friend Rich, he lives over in Walsall. He's actually somehow I've convinced him to start his own business, and well, him and his partner's got their own business and stuff, but he wants to do his own thing now. And he wants to buy my van off me, and he wants to buy my old Kiam 3700 PR, and he wants me to get him set up, and he's going to come and do a few jobs with me. So he's going to come and do a roof scrape with me. And this one's a big bungalow, so it's going to be a bit easier. We can do it by hand, so that'd be cool. Let's pull up the Discord because I popped a photo in the Discord earlier today. We're celebrating tonight. I'm having a drink tonight. I've been drinking all weekend. We had a big party on Saturday night. I do a Smelty special people party every couple of months, where I just get all of my favourite people over to the house, and I host like a pizza party, or we play games, beer pong, ping pong tournaments sometimes. So we did that Saturday night. That was pretty cool. And my friend left me with a bottle of whiskey. So I'm gonna have a little bit of that now. Lots of new people in the Discord as well. Things are getting a bit out of hand. There's just lots of new faces turning up from here, there, and everywhere. And I'll be honest, today I haven't even looked at my phone once, so I'm a little bit behind on all the Discord messages. Just started my business this year, been watching your videos a while. This is the first live I've managed to watch. Nice. Welcome. That's awesome. What made you want to start your business? Can you suggest a new pressure washer for me, please? Shay, what is your budget? What do you want to be pressure washing, first of all? What sort of stuff are you going to be doing? And what's your budget? Hunts, welcome, mate. How you doing? The lady who runs my local one asked me about doing the window cleaning, and then the entrance patios pressure wash. The word spread to the next town manager. Nice, awesome. That's how stuff. You do a good job for one person, and you treat every customer. I don't know why I'm giving you advice. You already know what you're doing, but for the people that are new, you don't know what sort of connections your customers have, and so when you're doing the smallest of jobs for someone, there's a potential that person either has some massive connections, and you could potentially get a lot more work from their friends or family. There's people that I've done jobs for. I did like a conservatory clean for one person, and then he said, I've got 2 other properties that I'd like you to do some pressure washing. There's another conservatory that I want cleaning. I want the fence all cleaning as well on one of them. And it's like, it was only a little conservatory clean. It was quite a simple job, but it led to like another £800 worth of work. It's insane. And you just don't expect it sometimes. So it's good to just have like a baseline for each customer, of just telling yourself that you're just going to go above and beyond and make sure the customer's satisfied every single time, because that one job you walk away from thinking, I could have done that a little bit better, and I'm not very happy with that, but oh well, it was only a little job. Like, you don't know where those can lead to. And there's some jobs that I've done for, there's a place in my town called Webb Heath, and from one person recommended me on the Web Heath forum on Facebook. It's literally turned into about, I'd say I've probably done about 20 jobs in Web Heath now, because it's like snowballed into everyone on the Web Heath forum chipping in and recommending me. When someone asks for gutter clearing, pressure washing, conservatory cleaning, whatever, every single time there's about 10 comments saying smelts pressure washing, and this was all from one job that I did. She recommended me, and now everyone else is recommending. It's crazy how stuff works. I'm not trying to brag. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to give you perspective. For those of you that haven't been in the industry very long, you never know what's going to come from each customer. So you do roofs now? I wouldn't say that, no. Does anyone else agree that, like, roof scraping, for anyone else that does it not seem like one of the least effective ways of cleaning a surface? Maybe I just massively underestimated it before, but it just, when I can get up there on my hands and knees on a bungalow and stuff, I sort of get it. Like, that's manageable. It's a very difficult job, but it's manageable. But trying to do it with an extended pole, and you're trying to get each, I'm hitting each tile. I thought I'd scrape a tile once or twice and then move on to the next one, once or twice, move on to the next one. But I'm doing like 4 or 5 actions on each tile to try and get my blade under the lip of the tile. And it just seems, I kept thinking to myself, there's got to be an easier way of doing this. Today I had like a really good, the access on today's job. I was stood on a flat roof. So there's a flat roof at the back here underneath this. And so I managed to stand on this one. But literally 2 hours in, and I'd only got about halfway down this roof. I looked at my phone. I started at just gone 8:30, and just gone 10:30. I looked at my phone, just checked the time, and I'd gotten halfway down this roof section here. 2 hours to do all of that. And when you look at it, you think, yeah, that'll probably take me about 30 minutes to get halfway down, maybe at a push. 2 hours it took me. Am I slow? Have I got a bad technique? Because I'm zooming in now and I can still see bits of moss between the tiles. Like, it's not like I could have been more thorough if I wanted to spend even longer on it. But it's like, there's a point where I'm trying to weigh up getting the job done. Like, okay, this has taken me 4 days so far. The front side of the roof, which looks the same as this, it was damp and wet on the day, and it took me a whole day to do the front side of the roof and clear out the gutters and do like the lower portion. And then the next day, it was still damp and a bit miserable, but there was a lot more moss on the roof. And again, it took me another full day to just do another portion that looks like this. And so it's like, that doesn't seem efficient to me. So I don't know if I'm doing something wrong, or whether I've got the wrong equipment, or whether I should get a better pole, or whether I've just got some tiles that are particularly difficult to scrape. But someone said on the Facebook page that these are some of the easiest tiles as well. I managed to get an angle on this side roof. This side roof was slightly bigger because it's got a bit of length in the middle. It didn't just go up to a single peak. So this side roof's about an extra, probably 1.5 meters wide. Oh, I'm torn up, honestly. My ribs, my pecs, my shoulders. So 8:30 till when I'd totally finished, cleared all the gutters out. It was about 4 o'clock by the time I left. 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Yes, it's about 8 hours solid scraping. Just to do 2 sides of the roof and the conservatory roof down below, which I didn't take any pictures of. Seems like a really long time to me, that does. I don't know. Will you be going to the expo? Yes, Spencer, I will. I need to put that in my calendar. I keep forgetting what date the expo is. Is anyone else here going to the expo? I'm gonna do a little poll actually, so you guys can let me know. Poll. Who's going to the cleaning expo? Me. Not me. If you want some free labour in exchange for some experience, are you offering your labour, Tracy? Squeaky Clean Dave, welcome mate, how you doing? Dave, I lost your little Euro adapter for my scraper. I know it's either in my shed, it's fallen out in the van somewhere, or it's in the kitchen. I had it in my jacket pocket, and now I've put it somewhere safe, and I can't find it. But I'm glad I lost it, because I was going to use like a wire brush on the end of that Euro adapter. But I found that the wire brush actually on these roof tiles was a little bit useless. It wasn't doing anything for me on these particular tiles. I'm sure the wire brush has got its place. Did I put a story up, or was it a post of the new scraper head that I bought? I thought I put a post on, but it's disappeared now. This is what I've been using. So I purchased the... So this is my standard Gardener water-fed pole that I always use for everything. It's a CLX22, and then I got the double scraper head adapter from Gutter Vacuum Systems, and it fits perfectly straight onto the pole, which is good. But I got a longer brush and this shorter wire brush, and I didn't rate them at all on these particular tiles. It's not like stiff enough to actually move the moss. I reckon on a really dry day, when the moss is like hard and crusty, that might be a little bit better. But this was day one, and you can see everything's damp and wet, and you can see there's lots of residue left on the tiles. Now that it's had a couple of days of rain and heavy wind, all that has gone, and so the tile, it looks much better than it does in this picture, which is a bonus. But I was very conscious of not leaving too much behind, so I think I probably spent much longer on this first part of the roof, trying to be meticulous as possible, and it probably wasn't worth it in the end because the rain did the rest of the work for me. Al Millhouse, welcome mate, how you doing? You look knackered tonight, mate. Thanks, Richard. I am knackered. I am absolutely exhausted, but bless her, I got in the car and text Soph saying I'm on my way home, and she's been rooting me on. I had a chat with her after the first day of starting this roof, and I literally said to her, I don't know how I'm going to finish this job. Like with the weather as well. Look, you know, with the rain that was forecast and stuff, I'd started it, and I'm like, that was so much hard work, and I've got 3 more sides to do, and then I've got to go around and vacuum all the gutters out. I don't know if I can finish it physically. And she was just like, you have to finish it, so just like put your headphones on, get yourself in the zone, wait for a dry day, the customer's happy with the work you're doing, just finish it, and you'll know for next time. And she was saying, don't just not do any more roof cleaning after this one, just be more prepared and get some help and She's right. She's always right. I just had her voice in my head, like over and over again on the second day when I was scraping. I was like, yeah, I've just got to do it. I can do it. She believes in me. I'm just going to do it. So it's nice having a bit of support. She wasn't even there. I could hear her voice in my head. I'm going to be selling my 21 litre per minute 200 bar Honda GX390 soon. Dave, what do you want for that? Can you DM me? Because I'd probably recommend that to my friend over my my old machine as a first machine. Like, I'd rather give him a Honda than what I've got. Best advertising is word of mouth, absolutely. Anyone else got ads popping up again? 1,000. I've only started my business recently, and I was just using an 11 litre per minute machine, 3,200 psi, but I want to upgrade as things have been going well. That's amazing. When did you start, Shay? I only started my business recently. So did you start your business in the winter? Because that's very bold. But the fact that things are going well, I'm very pleased for you. Well done. I bought a van Saturday and a Honda GX 390 today. On the move. Nice, Stephen. That's amazing. Is this your first? Is this your first time, being self-employed, or starting a business with the intention of going self-employed? M Rataj, welcome. Hi, Jake. I can't stress enough how much you're helping with pressure washing business. With my pressure washing business, sorry. I managed to get all the equipment and the van, and I have my first course with Pure Seal. That's amazing. Look at all these success stories, and it does make me wonder when people give me feedback like this, and they're saying they've been watching my videos and it's been really helping, and occasionally people say like I've made the leap and things are going well. I wonder if there's any that don't go well, but because they've kind of quit, or they haven't been able to make it successful, or it's not been going so well. They've got no reason to come back into these live streams or into my videos and make comments and stuff, because they've already moved on to the next thing to try and fight the fire sort of thing. I wonder if Shane, welcome. I wonder if on average, with the right advice, and I'd like to think that I do offer the right advice, and a bit of support and guidance. I wonder where the average is of people that start something and it goes well versus people that start something and it sort of fails. I wonder what those numbers look like. But Rataj, welcome to the live stream. I don't think I've seen your name in here before. I'm really glad it's going well for you, and you've done the best thing by getting onto that Pure Seal course. If that's one of the first things you've done, you're clearly investing in your future, and you're investing in yourself. Knowledge is power. So, well done. What would you say earns the most money? Well, for me, I've very much... let's just pull up one of my quotes that I put in the Discord the other day. Let's do this one. For me, because my can I not zoom in a little bit less than that? Because I've geared my business towards pressure washing. It's literally the name of my business is Smelts Pressure Washing, not Smelts Exterior Cleaning or whatever. It makes sense that people know me, or they approach me for pressure washing work, and that's my sort of bread and butter stuff. Throughout the winter, it was more gutters. Gutters were sustaining me through the winter, doing the gutter clearing. But this, let's just take this one for example. So the wash portion of this, the gutter clear and the wash, that's like a morning's work. So 385 quid. Okay, there's probably about 10 quid's worth of hypo in there and a bit of fuel for to run the machine. But that's quite a I don't know how many other services other than roof cleaning where you could earn that, you could make that much of a margin on your profits. So I think for me personally, the pressure washing is the most sort of lucrative. Here's another one that I quoted the other day, and he's getting booked in as well. But this one did include a roof pressure wash as well. There's quite an interesting slate wash on this one, and he's gone for the grinding and repointing as well. That's another thing that when you become, I'd say the pressure washing side of things is my specialty now, because I've done the Pure Seal course, because I've dabbled in repointing and I know what I'm doing now. And I've got the before and after pictures to sort of prove it. When customers approach me for a specific job, because they've seen my pictures or videos or whatever, I've got all the information I need to explain the process to them. And then I've got experience through pricing previous ones, so I know how to price it. And then also I've got the before and after pictures to send to the customer to say, like, this is what you can expect, this is the level of service that you can expect. And so I find that most of my customers are not cost driven at all. Most of the quotes I put together, just based on my pricing, I'm not even thinking about these quotes anymore. I'm literally typing the numbers into my quoting tool. I'm typing in the square footage. I'm using numbers that I've used in the past for various services, and it's popping the number out at the end, and I don't even have to think about it. I send that number to the customer. If they want a patio doing as well, it's 35 square meters. I'll do that at maybe £3 per square meter, £3.50 including chemicals. That's less than my minimum charge, so I'm going to bump that up to 125. And it's like, it's just so easy now. And the customer's asking for all these different things. Gutters, okay, it's £40 a side for the gutters. Have a quick look on Google Earth. She's got 3 sides, front, side and back. No conservatory. Okay, that's going to be 120 quid. And it's like, occasionally if it's like a really big quote and there's lots of extras and lots of different services in there, I'll say, if you want all this done, if you go for all the work, because I know some of it you were umming and ahhing about, pending quote. If you have it all done, then I'll knock 10% off or whatever. And I'm in the fortunate position now where I don't care if people want the work done or not. I'm fortunate enough to have got to the point where it's like, I'm going to send them this price. These are my prices. Take it or leave it. It doesn't make a difference to me. I'm grateful if you do take it. I offer a service. They're getting, I think they can see from my Facebook posts, my reviews and all that sort of stuff that they can trust me. I'm reliable. I turn up when I say I'm going to turn up, and they can see from the pictures that I do a good job. And so it's like, just sort of take it or leave it. It doesn't really, I don't need to haggle with you. I don't need to barter. That's the price. And when you can get to that point where you just know your pricing, I think it reassures the customer a little bit more as well. When you've got a pricing strategy, the customer's not left wondering whether there's any sort of wriggle room. If they can see you're turning up and having a look around and sort of guessing a price and saying, you know, what do you think about £200 for that? And it's like, well, you don't seem sure, so why would they seem sure? And then they're going to try and knock you down to 150, and then you're going to do this weird, you know. I don't know. That's what I've learned over the last couple of months. Is I'm so confident in my pricing now. I might change a few things up here and there, but it's like, it's a nice position to be in. Speedy brushes. Skyscraper Speedy. Spinner Clean. Oh, are these wire brushes? I can't tell if they're extra wide with tough polypropylene bristles. How long do you think a brush like that would realistically last? Because I think my dustpan and brush is made up of polypropylene bristles, and that's a thick, wide, you know, dustpan and brush, and you know that takes a bit of a beating. I don't use it very often, just when I'm scraping up a bit of sand or tidying up the area or whatever. So I'll probably use it like twice a day for about 5 seconds. And that's a big, thick, wide brush. So the pressure is spread out across the whole surface. So with a thin brush like this, and you know, my brush looks a bit battered now. It's all the ends are split and it's sort of leaning to one side and stuff. So I do just wonder, with the amount of pressure I know I need to use on a roof to scrape it, how well these brushes are going to last. But to be fair, they're shingle brushes, so you're not going to put a hell of a lot of pressure on a shingle brush. Wait, shingle brush? Why would shingle be in these shapes? I thought shingle was flat. I mean, 10 brush options. Are these... Oh, that's so it's £28 per brush. Okay. I mean, that must be good, because you pay £15 for a metal scraper head at Gutter Vacuum Systems for one. Then these are double the price. But I feel like surely they can't be as durable as a metal scraper head. What would be the use case for a brush over a scraper head? Let's finish this this poll. 33 votes. I didn't see the results. 39% of us are going to the cleaning expo. That's a lot of people. Trust me, they are good. Darren, Craig, welcome. Washi, how's it going? Monkey, how's it going? How you doing? Get some speedy brushes. They hook the moss from the lips of the bottom of the tiles easily. That's what I was struggling with. Because when you scrape down off the end of a tile, you skip that little bit of moss. I think even I would have thought the weight of the scraper head would sort of get behind it as it dropped down, but that's just not the case. That it doesn't work like that. So I wonder if the bristles flick down under it like that, it would loosen the stuff. It might be worth a try. Neil, are you are you affiliated with Spinner Clean in any way? Or is it just a good product? Smart Exterior, welcome. Evening, Jake. I did a driveway for a gentleman, and from that one job, I did his sister's and his other property too, plus a lady across the road and her neighbour as well, all within a few weeks. It's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing how if they can see that you just do a good job, they'll start recommending you to everyone. Do you know, I got I don't know if you saw that bungalow that I quoted in the latest video that I put up today. that lady got in touch with me, so I'm pressure washing a driveway and scraping the roof of the gutter, scraping the roof of the bungalow. And what did I charge for that? Let me see what I charged for that. Basically, she was getting a massage. She said the reason I phoned you is because the lady that does my massage recommended you, and it's one of my previous customers. She's a massage therapist sort of thing, and it's just mad how this job, which is a substantial job, just came from a little conversation over a massage, you know. So I priced the roof scrape at $865 and the driveway pressure wash and resand at $355. So it's a total of £1,220 from what must have been like a 2 or 3 minute conversation about the moss falling off her roof. Do you know anyone that can sort it for me? It's mad how it works. It is crazy. £500 for module 1 and £600 for module 2. Is that the Pure Seal course? I'm really interested in doing a soft washing course. Well, the Pure Seal course will tell you everything you need to know about soft washing. And you'll come away with this, which has pictures about how to identify every single surface. Prepare it, clean it, seal it. Which chemicals are the best and the safest on each surface. Which chemicals not to use. I think everyone who's starting out in the pressure washing industry should do a course like that one. And obviously I'm recommending that one because I've been on it. I always aim at removing 90% by scraping, then the biocide does the rest. Don't try and get off every bit, scrape then wire brush. Dave, I watched one of your scraping videos and you made it look so easy. I don't know whether it was those particular tiles, because the tiles that you were scraping in one of the videos were these ones down the bottom here, just like concrete flat tiles. But even so, these ones, they were growing. There was no moss really on the top or in the middle between the tiles. All the moss, oh, you can't see, I'm sorry. All the moss was on the bottom lip underneath. So I had to like turn it to the side and scrape sort of along underneath, which is so difficult. I just don't know how it can be done efficiently. You're going to look like the Hulk. Honestly, I can feel just everything I feel so much tighter. 4 full days of scraping over the last week or two. Yeah, a week. It's been a week. It's killed me off, man. Sophie ran me a bath when I got home. Brought me up a whiskey and a Coke. That's what I was going to say. She had me a bath ready for when I got home. Got the dinner ready. She's an angel. Thing with the moss scraping is go back when it's quiet. Sorry. Thing with moss scraping is go back when it's quiet. I fill in the quiet times when I'm not good to vacuuming or washing. Do you find those times to be predominantly in the winter? And how do you get on if it is winter that you try and book your roof jobs? How do you get on with like adverse weather conditions when it comes to roofs? Because I've had to push this one back twice. I've organised to go to this property to continue scraping, and I've had to push it back twice because it's the forecast has suddenly changed and it's going to be raining all day, and I don't want to be scraping a roof in the pouring rain because one, the moss just crumbles and turns to dirt and it just makes the job much harder, and two, I'm just going to be wet and miserable all day. And when I'm working with ladders and stuff, I don't want to be doing it in the rain. I don't want to risk it. Have you done soft washing? Yeah. Yeah, I do a lot of soft washing. I don't know if you're talking to me or someone else, sorry. I'm just catching up with all your comments. I can see there's been quite a lot posted below. I'm just trying to touch everyone's touch. I'm trying to respond to every single person's comment here, so you'll have to bear with me, I'm afraid. Sorry. God, there's been a lot posted. You're trying to put me off starting roof scraping. Most of cleaner mates are roof cleaners, and I'm sticking to driveways and patios at this rate. I certainly wouldn't recommend cleaning roofs as a one-man band like I'm doing at the moment. I mean, I've done this one on my own. I don't intend to do any more on my own in the future. And the last one I did with Zach, which was fine. But yeah, I'd say if you're just starting out in the pressure washing industry, I wouldn't recommend jumping straight into roof cleaning. I would get very familiar with your equipment, especially pressure washing. Get very familiar with your pressure washer. Get a setup that you're happy with, because sometimes you'll buy a load of equipment, you'll start out, and you need to make some adjustments, and that piece of equipment or that lance setup or that you might be taking your pressure washer out of the van every time, but instead, you might prefer a mounted one, but you might not have enough hose for your mounted hose reel, and you need to refine things. And I think that takes around about 12 months probably to get to the position where it's like, okay, I'm really familiar with my machine. I understand how everything works, and I know what can be improved, and I've made those little adjustments, and I'm comfortable now. I think if you were to jump straight into roof cleaning or roof pressure washing, there's a lot of risk involved. There's a lot that can potentially go wrong. But if at the same time you're still learning your equipment, I think that's a bit of a recipe for disaster. And if you're not used to like being up ladders and up scaffolding towers as well, you're taking in so much new information on these first few jobs. You're trying to figure out how to load up a tower. You're trying to figure out how to fit all your equipment in your van. The logistics of going back and forward and making sure you've got all your equipment on the day. Getting up and down ladders, making sure you got the right pressure on your machine, learning how to fill your water tank efficiently, like making sure you've got the right, because there's teething issues with pressure washing. There's teething issues, and the more you do it, the more you learn, because stuff does go wrong all the time. But in the early stages, you might not know how to fix those things that go wrong, but give it 12 months and you start to get very, very familiar with your equipment. I don't mind a roof scrape as long as you price the job right, and how long it'll take you. Just have to get stuck in. I wouldn't say it's hard graft, but it's busy work. You wouldn't say it's hard graft. You wouldn't say roof scraping's hard graft. That surprises me. I feel like a lot of people are saying this, and that's one of the hardest things I've ever done. So I don't know. I'm quite fit and able, and I don't know how you can say roof scraping it isn't hard graft. That's bonkers to me, that is. Maybe I just got a difficult tile, but people are telling me these tiles are easy, so I don't know. I've done module 1 and 2, and they are both well worth the money. Dave, what's in module 2? Is that render? Is that like vertical surfaces? Hunt's is going to the expo. Undecided about going yet, as it's a 3-hour drive. I'm going to the expo, hotel book, nice. I think anyone who's going to the expo, particularly people like from my channel that heard about the expo through the channel and stuff, I think we should all meet up and have a drink or get some food and stuff. I think that'd be cool if anyone's up for that. It's in Monkey. The Cleaning Expo is in Stoneleigh in Warwickshire at the NEAC, I think. This place. I can't even type. I'm so tired. Saturday, April the 13th. Okay, it's a Saturday, so I know I'm not working on a Saturday. My business is based in Redditch, which is in the West Midlands. I'd love to join you for some free labour and a bit of training. I'd love to be able to offer that. I think I've got... I don't think I'm quite ready for that yet. Was it worth it? Would you earn more pressure washing? I mean, the reason we scraped this one... This music's quite loud. The reason we scraped this one is because the tiles were quite fragile. I could see there was a bit of damage on the chimney, like on the bricks around the chimney. Some of the lead flashing was a bit weird, and some of the tiles were a bit wavy and wobbly in the area. So I thought, I don't really want to risk pressure washing that, and the guy agreed. He said, no, I'd much rather, if scraping's an option, I'd much rather you scrape it. I'm wondering, does anyone that offers roof scraping and pressure washing, what would be the difference in pricing for the exact same job, percentage wise? Would you charge more to scrape it? Because pressure washing is clearly messier and there's a lot more cleanup involved, but potentially a lot quicker, a lot more effective, instant results for the customer. But I'd argue that scraping is much harder, much more labour intensive, but less messy. Like, I don't know what takes longer. I think scraping probably takes longer. And in terms of labour, it's much more difficult on the body. So I would lean towards pricing roof scraping slightly higher than pressure washing. I don't know what you guys think. I'd be interested to know from someone that offers both. 30-foot facelift carbon is great for scraping setup. I was using a GLX and it was twice as hard. Really? Twice as hard? I mean, I've got the Gardner CLX 22. It's a cheap pole, carbon composite. So it's a fiberglass carbon fiber composite. I think. Might just be... I'm not sure. It's very wobbly, very flexible. I'm wondering if I could get like a bigger, potentially stiffer, lighter carbon fiber pole. You reckon that would make a lot of difference then? I saw your video of the roof scraping causing holes in the roof. That was pressure washing. That was roof pressure washing. And a lot of people in the comments of that video are saying that I did not cause those holes in the roof. Like, unanimously, everyone said that wasn't my fault, that those holes were there before. We still repaired them and stuff, but it's like, that was quite... Oh God, it's got 10,000 views. I'd be surprised if you caused the damage. I've been in plenty of lofts where there's random tear holes just like those. You didn't cause any of those holes. With that many holes in the roof, I bet you didn't cause them. Someone also left a funny one saying, if I don't know anything about roofing, that I shouldn't go anywhere near it and that I need to educate myself before I start pressure washing stuff. You couldn't have made those holes. There's no way you caused those holes. So yeah, people are pretty... people seem to think that weren't me. Yes, I started in the winter and it really kicked off last month. Nice. That's amazing. That's rare, I think, to start a pressure washing business in the winter and for it to start successfully. I would say that's probably quite rare, because pressure washing season seems to be from around March to October. September, October. So that's very cool. Today was my first day out of the office, pressure washed and gutters. Pressure washed, gutter and windows. That's amazing. What do you mean first day out of the office? First day on the tools, pressure washing and stuff? Or have you left your job? Have you left your office job? Or can you expand on that? What do you mean? You help me loads. If all goes wrong, I'll come back and tell you. Thanks, Gary. The feedback would be, it'd be interesting to know how many people have watched my videos, sort of got that burst of inspiration, and then it's like failed or not gone very well. Because I'm interested in those stories as well, what those people have not necessarily done wrong, but what those people could have done differently. Because I think there'd be a reason if someone did start out and it failed and they had to go back to their old job, or they had to sell up all their equipment or whatever, which you see very often, very, very often. People buy all this fancy new equipment and within a month they realise they've got no customers and their bills are still due, their mortgage is still due, and they panic and they think, I need to sell all this and try and do something else. It takes more than a month for things to start. You need to be committed. You need to have a game plan. You need to have a plan B if stuff don't quite go as expected. Just be realistic about what's going to happen. Like, don't just leave your job with no savings and no work booked in. It's like, be realistic. Save up. If there's something you really want to do and you're really passionate about, save up. Get some savings behind you. Spend all the money you need to spend on equipment and whatever before you decide to leave your job. And make sure you got some work booked in the calendar. That's what I did. As soon as I had 2 months worth of savings, I had 2 months worth of work booked in, because I was trying to do it on evenings and weekends. So I was trying to fit it around my current job, my 9 to 5. I asked my workplace if I could go part-time, and they said no, we've not got that sort of capacity to have someone part-time and then employ a full-time person, which is fine. But instead they put me on a zero hour contract and said, if things get quiet, just just do a couple of days, a couple of hours, sort of every couple of weeks and stuff, just to keep your feet in the door, is it? And that was very useful over winter, because my first winter was rough. It was very quiet. And so it was a good job that I could go back and do a few, do 2 or 3 days a week at my old job. But it was all calculated. Like, you don't cut ties with Ryan was on here from Curbside Cleaning the other week, and he disagreed with me. He said, if you're going to do something, fully commit, go all in and make it work, sort of thing. But I think there's a caveat to that, and I think we discussed it. And for someone who's got like a mortgage and a family relying on them and depending on them, that's not a good move. You got to have a plan. There's optimism, which is great, but when things start to fall apart, it's scary if you've not got a backup. The biocide does a great job after the scraping. You just have to be patient. Keep up the good work. Thank you, mate. Yeah, I'm quite familiar with the way the biocide works and stuff, and I had some good results on a bungalow last year. Actually managed to revisit 12 months later after applying the biocide, and it looked like a brand new roof. It looked totally different to the neighbours, which was amazing. So it definitely works. There will be tough days, good days, sad days. It's life. It's whether one commits. But without support as provided, we would have been in the dark and have to glean 20 different channels. I think I understand what you're saying. I'm struggling to read tonight because I'm so tired.
Can I show you something? Camera's not over there, is it?
You can show me anything you like.
Ready?
Yeah. Yeah, great.
What do you reckon?
Yeah.
Do you reckon?
Mm-hmm.
Are you joking?
No,
B, tell me the truth.
you look fantastic.
But are you joking? Is it
No.
strong?
Yeah, you look strong.
Mustn't they?
Mm-hmm. You can't open the door with just your bra on. Well,
Yeah, but did my muscles look good?
your muscles look great.
These ones.
Yeah. Christ. I have so many jobs. I've had so many jobs. This is my first time going self-employed. Lost my job in January and said I'm never working for anyone again. That's amazing, Stephen. And things are going well. What a way to do it, man. It's I came from a place of working for someone that I just couldn't work with anymore. Like, I was taking, it was really upsetting me, and I was taking it home every evening with me, and it was affecting my personal life, and it was affecting my happiness and stuff. And I was just like, can't work for this person anymore. I need to, like, I'm 30 now. I'm 30. I need to do something that's gonna, I can start contributing towards my actual career, not just this job that I've just sort of landed into. And I think I'm a big advocate of now not just allowing not allowing life just to happen to you, not being I don't think people should be the result of things that happen to them. I think you should set goals, and not that I'm good at like setting specific goals like 5-year, 10-year plans or whatever, but I think people should have a direction in life, because without a direction, you're just the result of things that happen to you. If you just stumble into a job that you don't really want, your life's got no direction. Like, what? Are you really going to do that until you retire? That seems bonkers to me, and I knew I never wanted to do that, and so I kind of knew I always had to have my own business. It was just sort of when and doing what. I have so many ideas all the time, or had so many ideas all the time, that it's like trying to think of the good ones and trying to motivate myself to stick to one thing has always been very difficult. But I got to the point where I was so sad and so unhappy that I was like, this sounds like a good idea. I can set up for this much money. I think I can make this much money per job. I'm just going to do this for 12 months. I'm just going to do this one thing for 12 months and fully commit to this and just see where it takes me. And literally 12 months on the dot later, I left my job and I was full-time doing pressure washing. So it clearly works when you just commit to one thing and you remain consistent. It clearly works. Anyone can do it. If I can do it, you know, with 2 kids and a mortgage and a Great Dane to feed and a cat and all these commitments, you know, I think anyone could do it. I honestly do. I started out with nothing. I started out with a £300 machine. And all the people in my Discord were posting the other day about the cars that they started with, and they used to just put all their equipment in the boot of the car. And that's amazing to see, because that's the attitude you need, is just make it work. Start a window cleaning round. Get a bucket and a squeegee and some soap and start a window cleaning round and just see where it takes you. You know what I mean? I got a new van this week and I'm going to PWS next week for a van mounted PB. Nice. Also quoted my first job this afternoon. That's amazing. BM Garden Services. That's awesome. I've lost my job and decided to do something for myself. And my quote goes like this: feel the fear and do it anyway. We've got this. Feel the fear and do it anyway. I like that. I did a tarmac clean the other day. This was the neighbour of the roof scrape, actually. And he come out and said, can you give me a quote? And then the neighbour opposite him, I'm doing her slabs front and back and side on Wednesday. So from this one roof scrape, I've got the other neighbour that wants their roof scraped. I did this driveway and side alleyway. And then also this guy asked me to do his conservatory roof, which I've done. And then the neighbour over the road, this one roof scrape. And she put a message on the community page in Bromsgrove. I responded and said, send me a message. I've just finished my first job. I can head over to you now. You know, she's based in Licky. I'm quite local. I was with her probably within about 20 minutes of her posting that thing on Facebook. I was at her doorstep. And from that one little Facebook post and me responding quickly and turning up and giving them a price and stuff, that's amounted to a potential of over £2,000 worth of work from just this one little Facebook post, which is insane when you put it like that. Just finished building my 240 litre buffer tank. I wish I had used a 25mm hole saw and not the flat wood bit which ended up with a ragged edge. Saw your YouTube video and reckon you had a thicker wall. Oh no. I don't know if there is a good method for cutting that plastic, because mine was a bit dodgy as well. Wiggle room. Will you be adding gutter/roof fascia soffit cleans, etc. to the quoting tool? Do you want me to? Do you think it's worth doing? What I was thinking about this quoting tool, and you guys will have to let me, it will be a lot of work, but you guys will have to let me know if you're interested in this. But I thought that now that I'm confident in my pricing, I could create a similar tool like this in HTML, which I can copy into my website. So this is a GoDaddy website, but I think you've got the option to insert your own HTML code. And I thought about having a tool that a customer could use if they come onto my website and they wanted to get a rough idea, an estimate of a quote. They could literally type in their square meterage, what sort of surface it is, and their address and stuff. And it would work out an estimate, and it would say very clearly, this is just an estimate. Please get in touch for like a proper price. But you can set your own values for each different surface type. You can set a minimum charge. You could do gutters, fascias, soffits. You could do all the different prices for each one. You're not presenting, this is how much I charge per square meter for each surface. But when they put their details in the quoting tool, it just gives them a value at the top. And then when they click, when it clicks, when they type in all their details and it clicks, like you say, generate a price or generate a quote, it then sends you an email with the customer's details. Does anyone have any, and like their quote details and stuff, so you know what they're interested in having done, and then you can make contact after that? Is anyone interested in having that integrated into their website? Do you think that would be a useful thing? You can change all the values yourself, so you can set it to your pricing. You could do the gutters like per side or per meter. Sort of takes a little bit of work away from you, and it sort of I wonder if it would either generate I wonder if it'll get rid of the messers who are just looking for a cheap price and they're just sort of messing you around because they know they're not going to pay it. I wonder if it separates those people from the people that are genuinely interested, or whether it would put people off. I don't know. Need to have a picture of Trigger recommending the Speedy Brush for 17 years on their website. No, not at all affiliated with Spinner Clean. I'm trying not to help out and make a hard job easy. I ordered mine from Window Cleaning Warehouse. I was only joking. But no, I appreciate you letting me know about those. I just don't think that those aren't going to fit my scraper head attachment now, though, are they? That's the only problem. I've just spent like 150 quid on a scraper head from Gutter Vacuum Systems, and I can't really, considering I don't do roof cleaning. Officially, I don't do roof cleaning. It's not a service I offer. I don't really fancy buying another scraper head, you know what I mean? Chelt, welcome, mate. How you doing? Oi, oi. Reese Williams, what would you say the average price per square metre for pressure washing nowadays? Apologies if it's been mentioned already. I've just joined. No worries, mate. Personally, for me, I've got a different price for each surface. So for me, I've got this in the Discord, actually. So anyone who joins the Discord, in the guide section, I've got a full list of my prices for every single surface. Every single service that I offer. But for me, I would say for surfaces like tarmac, concrete, natural stone, slabs, patios, generally it's about £3 per square metre. If I'm using chemicals on those surfaces, which I nearly always am, it's about £3.50 per square metre. And then if it's block paving that requires resanding, it's about £4 per square metre. That can change. I've said it in the guide that I've created. That can quite often change. You can use my quoting tool as well to put all this in. But that can quite often change depending on drainage, water pressure, access. Those three things are the biggest things that, if there's an issue with any one of those things, the price goes up. If I've got to carry hoses through the house, or if there's low water pressure, meaning the job's going to take me longer because my tank's not going to fill up as quick. If the poor drainage means I'm going to have areas of standing water that I'm going to have to sweep, or the water just floods one area. You know, sometimes you get a drain at a high point, which is bonkers. Some patios are designed with a drain at the highest point, and then all the water flows away from it for whatever reason. So you get big pools of standing water that you've either got to brush away or get a vacuum and try and suck it all up, and then you get left with loads of dirty patches everywhere. And it literally can add hours onto jobs. So the price goes up for any one of those factors. So it's good to have what is this music? It's good to have a rough price in mind for each surface. It's also good to have a minimum charge. So my minimum charge to turn my pressure washer on is £125. I think that's reasonable. I don't want to go out to, regardless of how big the job is. You know, if it's a tiny little patio or someone's front path or whatever, to make it worthwhile for me to spend my time driving out, setting up, you know, fuel to turn the machine on, putting my waterproofs on, pressure washing, using those chemicals, breaking everything down again and driving home. Like, I want to be making at least 125 quid really. So if you can get yourself a minimum charge, that's worth doing. Same for gutters and stuff, get yourself a minimum charge for gutters. Does the course tell you how to price? You can ask them. Some people were talking about pricing on the course, and Chris from Pure Seal did allude to pricing suggestions and stuff, and maintenance plans and things, and sort of average pricing for stuff. But mainly you want to make sure your costs for your materials and equipment's covered, wear and tear, and then it's just a case of figuring out your labour, really. You are only a young whippersnapper. You wait until you reach my age. Dave, that lady that I said in Worcester, we're going to do that job together, she actually changed her mind about the roof clean. And instead of getting the roof cleaned, she's going to have a whole back fence cleaned instead. She's going to leave the roof for now. So maybe we can team up on a different one instead. I'm being made redundant, and so I've been looking at something like this to do for myself. I've been watched all of your YouTube videos in the past week and watched the quote video over and over. Nice. Costa Gio. That's awesome. I've not seen your name in the chat before, so welcome to the stream. That's amazing. Thanks for watching the videos. I hope you find them useful. Roof cleaning is really hard going, so if you're going to clean a roof, just make sure it's dry, and most important, price it really well. Yeah, the last thing you want to do is start cleaning a roof and realise you've undercharged. Render cleaning is module 2. Okay. I'm going to the expo. It's a 3-hour drive for me, but it only comes around twice a year. Spencer, some of the lads from Manchester are coming down and getting a hotel, so you might want to consider that. And if you want to join us for some drinks and stuff.
Is it the 13th? I googled it earlier.
Did you? I forgot already. I literally just looked at it and I forgot.
So the 13th doesn't ring a bell?
April. Yeah, 13th of April, yeah. Are you coming?
You're going to pay for my drinks?
Pay for your drinks?
He's thinking about it.
Who's going to have the kids? You don't want to bring the kids to a cleaning show. I have to find someone to have the kids. Can you be my camera lady for the day?
You made me do that last time.
Yeah, but we'll take a proper camera this time, and I'll get a lapel mic hooked up as well.
Can't you just wear the GoPro on your head?
Walk around with a GoPro on my head?
No, please.
No.
I didn't like doing that last time.
Why not?
Get someone else to do it.
I was a steel fixer for years and done other hard jobs, so I know the comparison, but I understand if someone's not experienced, busy work, manual work. Yeah, I mean, I think even sometimes pressure washing and stuff is quite labour intensive, especially big jobs where, you know, turbo nozzle for 8 hours. That's pretty tough on the body. Hi Jake, Luke, welcome. What would you recommend for my surface cleaner for different... Okay. Have a good run / swim. What trainers are you running in these days? The Pumas? You need to get some new trainers.
I ain't got no money, so I want everything.
I don't think they're suitable for running.
Hope not. Big wedge on the heel.
A big wedgie?
Big wedge.
Wedge. Love ya. See you in a bit. Different fan nozzles for different surfaces. Same as Lance's. What fan nozzles do you advise for your surface cleaner? So we discussed this in the Discord the other day as well. Personally, I would go with 15-degree fan nozzles for block paving, and then between 25 and 40-degree fan nozzles for pretty much every other surface. I've gone for 40-degree nozzles because I very often come across like very delicate surfaces, like limestone, some concrete jobs where it's easily etched, tarmac. Sometimes tarmac's quite fragile, and there's a chance that you're going to leave streaks and lines and stuff. So I think a 40-degree fan nozzle, you've got much less chance of leaving streaks, but also you're spreading out the cleaning area, so it's going to be softer. If you wanted to go slightly more aggressive, you could go 25 degree on those delicate surfaces, but you want to probably turn the pressure quite far down. Whereas with a 40 degree, I can pretty much maintain a similar sort of pressure as what I would normally use, but it's just spread out over a slightly wider area. So for me personally, in short, I've just bought another surface cleaner actually, so I don't have to keep swapping stuff over. So I've got a 18-inch surface cleaner with a triple bar on it, and that's going to have my 40 degree fan jets in it, and that's going to be for all the delicate surfaces. You know, mainly patios and stuff. And then my other surface cleaner, the new one I've just got, is a 20-inch BE whirl away, and that's a 2-bar setup, and that's going to have two 15-degree nozzles in it, and that's going to put out a lot of water and a lot of pressure, specifically for block paving. Hope that answered your question. I feel that you ought to charge the same for both scraping as pressure washing, as they end up with the same outcome. Not instantly though. I think the customer is going to be waiting at least 12 months on most jobs for it to look as good after it's been scraped as it would have if it had been pressure washed. Yeah, you could. I mean, is it your fault that the roof is fragile? I would say if the roof is in a poor state of repair, or it's a particularly specialist roof where, you know, like some slate roofs, you probably don't really want to pressure wash. That's not your fault, and that requires a specialist solution. I think scraping and applying biocide is a specialist solution, and I think that warrants a slightly higher price personally, but that's just me. Nanopole is a light as a feather. It's amazing. What is a nanopole? X-Line, Nano 18, Nano 25, Nano 30, 630 quid, high mud water fed pole. Honestly, I wonder if there's any difference between any of these carbon fiber poles. I wonder if they're all made in the same factory and they just put a different sticker on it depending on which warehouse it's going to, which supplier it's going to. I know that over 8 poles, the over 8s are a totally different design because they're actually like oval poles, and there's some poles as well that are like hexagon shaped. I think Squeaky Clean Dave's got like a hexagonal pole that I used, which was quite impressive. But all these other sort of generic ones, I mean, how many different poles do we need? How many different carbon fiber poles are on the market now from all these different suppliers? And how different are they really? You know what I mean? How different can a carbon fiber pole be? I know the fittings and the clamps and stuff, there's probably a big difference between all those, like quality wise. And of course the different brush heads and the goosenecks and stuff, but the pole itself, do you know what I'm saying? A better pole is the answer. Sovereign, you seem very confident. I'll take your word for it. Although I am skeptical about whether I should book any more big roof scrapes in. I'm quite happy doing the bungalows where, you know, shallow pitch, I can climb up there and do it by hand. I'm happy with that because I know what's involved. I've done plenty of those. But it's quite daunting thinking about the potential of another one, you know, stood on a tower, scraping with with an extended pole. I'm quite keen to get back on the pressure washing though, with the roof cleaning, pressure washing a roof. I've got one booked in. It's quite a big one as well, and it should be quite a nice. I don't want to say easy. I don't want to jinx it, but again, it's like those flat tiles. It's these sort of tiles, so I'm quite looking forward to that one. Can you suggest a new pressure washer, please, around £1,000? Yeah. So there's a couple of options. PWS have just introduced a PWS. They've just started selling a Hyundai machine for £1,000. 15 litres per minute. And the important distinction between this particular Hyundai machine and the ones you'll find on eBay is you can actually get parts for this one in the UK. I think PWS are now like an approved Hyundai supplier. And so if anything fails or breaks or needs replacing, you can actually get parts for it. The ones on Amazon, I know people have had trouble finding places that will actually service them. Most places won't touch them because they just can't get the bits. And also if something breaks, you're stuffed. The machine becomes a very heavy doorstop. So I'd recommend, I haven't used this machine, but like this, it's a very, very reputable company and they've done a lot of work for me, so I can recommend this one. I also just got an email from Equip to Clean, where I got my first machine from. They've just released this one, which is a big old gorilla, and this goes all the way up to 25 litres per minute. So they do a 15, 21 and a 25. That looks like a bit of a beast of a machine, doesn't it, really? Got the hose reel on top. And I don't understand how they're able to sell a machine like this with these accessories and stuff for as cheap as they do it. I still don't. Are they still Lonkin engines? Yeah, it's a Lonkin engine. I don't know if they talk about the pumps. I just don't know if they're like branded pumps, which is something I guess to consider. But this is the more expensive one. I mean, the one I got for under £1,000 was the 3700 PR. So this was my second ever machine. I've still got it in the back garden. This is what I'm setting my friend up with. And you can buy that for less than £1,000. I don't know if I can honestly recommend this over the PWS one, the Hyundai, because I don't know the difference between the two machines. They're both a similar output, 15 litres per minute. Both got reduction gearboxes. Yeah, hope that helps. Oh, the JCB, yeah. There's a new JCB pressure washer, and that's similar. That's less than £1,000. Well, it's £1,000 including that. That's again 15 litres per minute, 4,000 psi. I can't speak for the customer service or anything like that, or the reliability of these machines, because yeah, again, no experience with this, but a couple of options for you. Been on the trigger 7 hours today, cleaned half a street, garage areas, footpaths, etc. Nice. That's a lot of work. Lady who organised it was my luckiest. Lady who organised it was my luckiest. My lackey, sorry. All I had to do was clean. Yeah, I remember you saying you got this good job where you've got a couple of neighbours, is it? And it's like a is it one of those driveways that's like a shared driveway? And she was helping you on it. What was your job before? I've been in retail pretty much my whole life, and then towards the end, before I started my business, I worked on a press in a factory, in an aerospace factory, and then totally different change of pace. I started fitting lifeline alarms for vulnerable people. So you know those alarms that they have around their neck where they can press it if they fall over or whatever. I was doing a lot of work with epilepsy machines, setting up motion detectors, setting up epilepsy bed sensors and stuff. So I mean, the work itself was quite interesting. I got to meet some very interesting people, and I think I was quite good at it. It's just I didn't want to work there anymore. Didn't want to work for, yeah. Trying to start it myself. Got a van last week. Nice, Darren. What van did you go for? Now I've not been around at this time, of year before. That pressure washing group on Facebook, I've lost count of the number of people saying they are starting up. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of new people in the industry around about this time of year asking for advice on pricing, just taking pictures of a job, posting it on Facebook and saying, how much would you charge? It's like you've done no research, you've made no attempt to even come up with your own price, you're just trying to get someone else to do all the work for you. So I'd recommend not doing that for anyone who's just started. At least try and work it out yourself first, and say, maybe if you're going to do one of those Facebook posts, put it up and say, here's the measurements. It's a total of 75 square. Oh, that's probably a bit big for a first job, but it's a total of 50 square meters. This is the surface. I either am or I'm not going to use chemicals. This is the equipment that I'm using. This is what I was thinking of charging. Does anyone have any advice? Not just, here's some pictures where you can sort of see the area. What would you charge? Because that's so lazy. And like you're just not going to get good feedback on that Facebook post if you do something like that. And you're going to get some shitty comments from people saying, you know, time plus materials or whatever, which is probably not the answer you're looking for. If you go to PWS, they have a Hyundai decent 15 litre per minute machine. Yep, Luke, solid advice. Think on your promise. 20 years digital movies, 9 months electrical trade, 4 years ago. Got back to digital, but it's dead end. Picked up pest courses, window, gutter and jetting gear. Movie strikes knocked trust in the industry. Pest courses, you do pest control as well? Would love the Pure Seal book, it's very useful. Especially like when summer is just around the corner and everyone's asking you questions about sealing. Like, do you offer sealing? Can this be sealed? Can you do this? Can you do that? And it's like, I can. It's going to cost you, but yes, I definitely can. Because you're fully equipped at this point. As soon as you've done that course and you get a few under your belt, you are fully equipped. And you pretty much know exactly what you're talking about on every job because you've got this Bible to back you up. Thank you, Gary B. Welcome for thank you for watching. I mean, have a good evening. Just a bra, no wonder Cracker's computer starts working, Jack. Which machine was it you had for £300? I had a very basic Parker brand pressure washer. They're probably sick of me showing this machine on my videos, because I'm guessing they've had a lot of people purchase this machine since my videos went up. Oh, no stock. That is so cheap. I paid £305 and I thought that was really cheap. This is like a little 11 litre per minute. Is it 11? 11 litre per minute machine, yeah. Pair that with a turbo nozzle and you can pretty much do any job. That'll make its money back in a day. On the right job. But again, this one is not designed for commercial work or commercial use. This is a hobbyist machine for someone that's just pressure washing their drive every year. It's like a domestic machine for someone who wants to wash their car or whatever. This is not designed for business use. So mine broke after 6 months, totally understandably. So you could either go for something real cheap like this just to see if you enjoy the work, or if you've done your research and you know this is the industry for you, you could jump in straight at the deep end and, you know, spend $2.5 grand on a Honda machine, or 15-20 litres per minute. 21 litres per minute is all you need, really. Any more quoting tools to be added? I could update this. I don't know how many people still use this. I know I use it every time I do a quote. I think it's very useful. Also, if you go on smelt.club, you could also go onto my trusted suppliers page, and this is all the people that I buy from regularly. And so these are the people that I trust to send me good products at a fair price, and they're reliable, and they've always got everything in stock. So yeah, I'd recommend these people. Yeah, I could add gutter clear into the quoting tool. I could add, I mean, I've already got resanding, sealing. There's a few bits that I probably would change about this. Some adjustments that the person, whoever's using it, could make. But yeah, any suggestions? I'm all ears. Do you use the Google measuring tool for quotes, and how accurate is it? Yes. So I use Earth. For example, let's take this driveway. So you can click on the little man down here to go down into Street View. And I'd just be quite wary that these images have the potential to be very old. I don't know where you can see that information, but it might be on the phone version or on Google Maps, I'm not sure, but sometimes it'll tell you at the bottom 2017 or something, and that's when the photo was taken. And so there's a chance that things have changed quite dramatically since then, so you can't always tell for sure from these photos. But so you want to look at Street View to get a good idea of the area. So let's take this drive, for example. Then you can go back into the view from above. You want to turn off, oops. In my experience, sorry, I'm just adjusting it so you can actually see what I'm doing. In my experience, you want to go onto the filter, the layers here at the bottom, and turn off 3D images or 3D buildings, because that'll affect your measuring. It'll kind of skew the image slightly. If you turn it on, oh god, come on, back. If you turn it on, you can sort of, That's actually amazing, isn't it? That you can do that. It makes the buildings 3D. But if you then try and measure from this angle with 3D buildings turned on, when you go in around buildings and stuff, it can sort of cut it off and be a little bit awkward. So I always turn that off in the layers section. You can get this app on your phone as well. It's just Google Earth. Make sure you're in 2D perspective. So click down here and it'll go right to the top. And then you can quite accurately, depending on the photo, because some of these satellite images, there's lots of shadows or it's just a low quality image. This is quite a good example of like a good image. But sometimes it's not this clear. Then you just go on the measuring tool up here. And you can just be as sort of precise as you like, really. I always account for like an extra foot under the lip of the tiles, because I know it goes a little bit further back than what you can see from above. And then if you want to, you can't do this on Google Earth on your phone app. You can't adjust it after you've committed to closing that shape off. But in the desktop app, you can now move these around to make fine adjustments, which you can't do on the phone app. It's a little bit more awkward to measure on the phone. So it's got the measurement here, 73 meters squared. Sorry, my cat's meowing really loud. And you can also change these to like feet, yards. I don't think you'd ever use acres. And it'll also tell you the perimeter as well. So I did something the other day where I wanted to measure a fence. So I went down into the street view and I could see that. Let's take this fence, for example. Oh, it's not going to be a good one. I'm not going to be able to see it. Let's take this fence. I can see that fence is probably around about 2 meters high. I just want to get the length of it now. So all you have to do there is just measure from there to there. So it's 7.33 times 2 meters. So it's about 15 meters. And then I can just type that into here. So 15 times whatever I want to charge for a fence. And it gives me like a rough estimate here. That's a very small fence, but the one I did the other day, it came out as like a nice round figure. That's the way I do it. So that driveway, what was that drive? About 73 meters squared? So I just go in and type it here, 73, maybe even round it down to 70. Yes, I'm resanding. Cost of sand at the moment is whatever. And there's my price, 280 quid. It's as simple as that. You can change the cost of the sand depending on where you get it from. If you want to add sealing, just click that. Add the cost of your sealer per litre. How many coats you think you're going to need. Do you want to add labour to that for applying the sealer? And it just sort of breaks it all down and shows you what the breakdown is. And then you get this nice big price at the end. Do you want to add VAT? Yes or no? There's stuff that could be added to this. This is just, I've never coded anything before. This is my first coding project, so I think it works. I think it's fine. Good method for cutting holes in plastic is a step drill bit. Cutting holes in plastic? Why are we cutting holes in plastic? Real washes. Welcome, mate. How you doing? Oh, I've just lost your message. See you, Dave. Thanks for watching. I'm still really far up. I'm trying to catch up on everyone's messages. Sorry. If you're typing a message now, there's probably going to be like a 10-20 minute delay because I'm just trying to get everyone's messages and respond to everyone. Evening, Jake. I have my first time sealing a drive coming up once we get some dry weather. What would you recommend best way of applying? Appreciate the content and help you put out there. No worries, mate. Real washes, it very much depends on the surface type. For tarmac, it would normally be like a roller or a soft bristle brush. For block paving, probably a sprayer, depending on what sort of the viscosity of the sealer that you're using. For natural stone, probably a roller. Yes, more quoting tools, and that's a brilliant idea for the customer quotes. You'd be up for that, would you? Be really good, definitely. I think you guys are referring to the incorporating the quoting tool onto your websites. Seems like a bit of positive feedback for that, so I might jump on that at some point. Mr. White, welcome. That'd be really good, definitely. I was going to make that for my own website, saw it on Forever Self-Employed channel and thought that was a great idea. Has he got one as well? I know he's got a quoting tool. I think it's Quote IQ. I didn't know it was... Oh yeah, the customer can use it, can't they? Yeah. What's your thoughts on steam cleaning roofs? Seen Rutland pumps have a WaterTech 30 litre hot box for sale to go with the pressure washer, and it looks great. I think steam cleaning a roof allows you to go at a much lower pressure but still get the same cleaning results. So I think steam cleaning for roofs is probably quite a good idea. What's the best place to get a ladder? Stephen, I can't help you with that one, mate. I don't know. If anyone else can help Stephen, recommend a place to buy a ladder. How can I find the Discord, mate? Let me just play this little advert just so you can see how to get onto the Discord. It's like a 1 minute 30-second advert just while I go for a wee, and I'll be back and we'll dig into more of your questions in a minute. 2 secs. Now these videos take a lot of time and effort to film and edit on top of trying to run a successful pressure washing business. If you find any of the information in my videos useful, then I'd like for you to consider becoming a paid member of the channel. Circle members and above will get access to my private Discord for members only, where you can pretty much get a hold of me 24 hours a day for inspiration, technical help, marketing advice, or just a general chat. I post pictures and videos that you won't see on any of my other socials. You'll be the first to hear about giveaways, special offers and announcements, and it's just generally a nice place full of like-minded people who are all heading towards similar goals. We've got various different experience levels. We've got a few professionals in the chat as well. If you want to push your business, in my opinion, this is the place to be. We also have 2 other membership tiers. One is just to show a bit of support for the channel, and the other one is for boosted members, which will not only give you access to the private Discord, but also loads of high quality promotional images for you to start your business. I know what it's like when you're ready to get going but you don't have any before and after pictures to put on your leaflets. At the moment there's about 150 images that you can use for pretty much whatever you like, and my intention is to constantly update these over the next few years with all of my before and afters that have helped promote my business. Last thing before I let you go, new videos come out every Monday night at 5:30, and then I go live at 7:30 to chat to you guys and answer as many questions as possible. We do live quotes for real customers and just generally keep up to date with everything going on in the pressure washing world. Thanks for watching, back to the video. Welcome back everyone. Right, let's get into some of these questions. Like I said, I'm sorry if it's taken me a while to catch up with everyone's comments and questions. I think having a quoting tool that customers can interact with on the website gives them more confidence that you're not a cowboy and open about pricing, and it will cut out the time wasters. It's a fair point. Steve, I think I've spoke to Steve about it before, about quoting in person. It wouldn't be for me. I like to deal in person. I think it could put people off, give them too long to think about it or get other quotes. I think people would just use it who can't think for themselves. Yeah, so there's a chance that just other people in your area can sort of get a grasp on your pricing without even having to talk to you, which could be, I mean, that's not something I'm worried about personally. I don't care if people if people want to know my pricing, it doesn't make any difference to me. I think there's plenty of money out there for everyone to be successful. I understand what you're saying, though. It's it does give an opportunity for someone who's put no work or effort into it to suddenly get this pricing structure based on my experience, just for free. Yeah. When I'm talking to people about my pricing, I'm trying to also educate them on the fact that you shouldn't charge what I'm charging, because you might be offering a totally different level of service than what I'm offering. If you're just starting out, you've probably not got a very efficient machine. You're probably not using chemicals right off the bat. You probably don't know everything that I know about things to look out for, washing bins down, washing the windows down afterwards, scooping out all the gutters and the soakaways and whatever. On my first block paving job, it was a massive one. I was turboing the block paving and I didn't rinse anything down behind me. And so it still looked dirty, and I was wondering why. I was like, I've just cleaned all this and I've got this big pile of mud at the bottom of the drive, but it still looks like it doesn't look as clean as and it took me all day. It took me like 8 hours to clean this massive drive with that little 11 litre per minute machine. And I didn't know you had to rinse down afterwards. Like, it sounds stupid, but it's not. If someone doesn't tell you, and I couldn't really work out what the problem was, because it's not like there's big chunks of dirt everywhere. It was just like a fine layer of like wet, just like a fine layer of dirty water across the whole drive that I hadn't rinsed down afterwards. I didn't know that. And it's just little things like that you pick up through experience. And so why would you charge the same as me on a job when you're first starting out? You know what I mean? And that's not to say, I said this in the Discord the other day, that's not to say that my level of service is the highest. If you offer a more extensive service than what I offer, some people, they'll clear the gutters out and do the gutters, fascias and soffits and whatever, or they'll do a roof clean, and then they'll also include a full, proper window clean afterwards with pure water. I don't use pure water. I don't, properly clean windows down afterwards. I just try not to get them dirty in the first place. But that's an additional extra that I'm not offering that might justify someone charging a higher price than me. So it's all these little factors that you got to consider when you're asking people, how do I price this and that? Fair point on the roof cleaning, Jake. Thanks, Darren. I don't remember what I said, but I'll take your word that it was a good point. I'll do the filming at the show for you if you do my filming. The reason I want Soph to do the filming for me is so that I'm free to buzz around and have a mooch and buy stuff that I don't need. Water-fed pole is hard going on the shoulders. It definitely is. If you're what's the discourse? It's a Discord. So this is like just a chat tool. It's called Discord, and this is where I share all my quotes and my pricing. We all talk to each other about all the jobs that we're looking at, and post our photos in here. We've got a marketing chat section where we go through what's working for us, what isn't. Chemical chat. We've got a for sale section. KC has just sold a bunch of equipment that he's not using at the moment. All this sort of stuff. And then if you become a boosted member, you've also got the link to all the photos and stuff that you can use in your own marketing. So that's the Discord. And I'm active in here every day, apart from today where I've been on a roof all day scraping. So if you need any like one-to-one advice, you know, one, there's 70 members in here that will help you if you need a quick answer to something, and two, you can pretty much get a hold of me 24/7. If it's like specifically me that you want to talk to, you can just tag me in anything that you've posted, and I'll try and give you an answer within 5 minutes. Hunts, welcome. Speaking of which, Hunts has joined. Hunts has become a member. Thank you so much, mate. Welcome. Oh, we've got another one, Jake, as well. Thank you. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Welcome. You can find links to the Discord in your perks section. Dr. Sexy is back. Dr. Sexy, I don't think you've said anything relevant in the time that you've been in the live streams. You sort of just come in and say random stuff. I don't know who you are. I don't even know if you're interested in pressure washing at all. But I think the first thing you said, you came in and said, "What is this live stream about?" And since then, you just sort of posted strange comments. But welcome. Oh, it's the lightest pole out there. Nice. How did you guys get on when the hosepipe ban was on? It does not make a difference to... God, this guy posts every single day in the Ashford Bank notice. Literally posts his pressure washing pictures every day. Darren has become a member. Welcome, everyone. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. So it is a paid membership, and that will give you access to the Discord. So yeah, thank you so much. The support that you guys give me, by the way, it is what obviously keeps me posting videos and makes me put the effort into doing these live streams and stuff. Because when you comment and say these videos are really helpful, if I didn't get any feedback, like, it's all well and good having views and people commenting and whatever, but if no one said that it was useful, if it was just entertaining, I probably wouldn't bother. But the fact that you guys find it actually useful as well, that's what keeps me going. And also, you guys are now paying me to become part of my community and to hopefully learn a bit more as well. And it's a substantial amount of money. There's 70 odd members now, which is bonkers. And I don't take that lightly. It's an insane amount of money that's allowing me to keep sort of doing this. Is there anybody that can clean roof solar panels? Hi. I clean solar panels. Please. I don't want to say please. Send me a message if you haven't. Send me a message and see my previous work on my page. Thanks, Jake. Oh, there's another one. Bloody hell. Smart exterior, welcome. Thank you so much. It's very generous that you guys are just all... I reckon we're on almost 80 members now, which is absolutely wild. How many are we on? I'm wondering whether this is going to get to the point where the Discord is going to become like too overwhelming to keep up with, which I don't want. I want to be able to sort of give everyone my full attention. I think it's good where it's at the moment, but I might have to sort of put a pause on it if too many people start joining, because the whole point of it is that it's like a one-to-one place where people can get advice and help share their experiences, share what works well. And if it becomes just too busy and I find myself not being able to respond to everyone's messages and stuff, then it's pointless. I won't bother doing it anymore. But I think it's getting busier every day, but it's at a point where it's manageable at the moment. So we'll keep going as we are for now. I've put the phantom clamps on the nano pole. Read the weight compared to the pole you're using from GVS. Read the weight compared to the pole you're using from GVS. I mean, my issue isn't so much with the high pressure pole. It's more with the pole I'm using at the moment is from Gardner. So Gardner Pole Systems CLX22. Does it say the weight? $1,420. And then if I compare that to what? To the Phantom. Oh, to the Nano Pole. We've got to do a fair comparison. We'll have to do the same length. So it's a 22 foot and it's 1420. Oh, I can't do a 22. Let's do one that's comparable. 22, 27 or 18. 18, 25, 30. Let's do 18. So the 18 is that 1 kilogram? 1,000 grams? 1,080 grams. It's just over 1 kilogram. That's not a lot, is it, for a massive pole? I'm guessing that's without the brush on the end. And then the 18 here, which is substantially more expensive. So this one is 150 quid plus VAT. And this one is £395 plus VAT. But the difference in weight is 20 grams, or 200 grams, sorry. This is 0.8 kilograms. 280 grams the difference is. I suppose you'd see a substantial difference when you go a lot bigger. So I guess CLX 27. What's a good one to compare it to? Let's just do the 25. So this is 1.16 kilograms and this one is 1.8. So even though this one is... No, that's not a fair comparison. I'm getting confused. I'm getting tired. It's been a long week, even though it's only Monday, and I'm getting confused. And I've got a little bit of alcohol in my system. Doesn't apply to commercial work, so no doubt everyone was okay. Yeah, hosepipe bans don't apply to businesses that use water as their source of income. What machine do you use for pressure washing? Me, Tracy. At the moment, I'm using a Honda GX 630 with a 30 litre per minute pump, which looks something like... It's a V-twin, so it's a big boy. Mine's got like a custom frame that it's built into. Oh, this is H2O's This is, I wonder if I can see this. This is pretty much the exact machine. These are the same people that built mine. Is that an active listing right now? I can't tell if this is an old one or if it's a, yeah, it's an active listing. So you can buy my machine. Fully rebuilt and serviced. It doesn't say how many hours are on it. I think mine had about 2,000 hours on it, which is quite a lot. I thought it had 200 hours on it, but it actually had 2,000. 4 grand plus VAT. Oh, that comes with the trailer as well. Wow. And I guess it comes with the tank as well. So that is my exact setup, pretty much. So it's a 30 litre per minute machine. It's well overkill for domestic work. It's a bit silly really to buy a machine like that for just domestic work. So I'm sort of future proofing myself in case I dabble in like big commercial jobs and stuff. So as the P1PE. Do you know if the parts are available for that? I have no idea, mate. I'm sorry. You'll have to get in touch with Darren from PWS, who incidentally is also in the Discord as well. So Darren shows up. He's in here most days, and he'll chip in every now and again whenever he gets tagged in a post. There are definite differences between the poles. We tested loads. They vary in weight, stiffness, and how long they last. I would definitely use a full carbon pole for roof scraping, but not a high mud pole. Fair enough. That debunks my theory that they're all made in the same factory and just restickered. Guys, I'm celebrating tonight. I'm having a little drink because I'm just glad that roof clean is over, to be honest. I'm very proud of myself for finishing it and pushing through the, you know, when you spend a whole day at the property scraping the roof and you don't feel like you're making any progress, and you realize you've got another 3 sides to do, which are all bigger, plus vacuum out all the gutters and apply the biocide, it feels like it's never going to end. And I'm just glad I've got it done, and it's kind of behind me. I still need to go back and biocide, but that's not going to take long. And from that job, I've landed lots of additional work from it as well. And I've made a really lovely... I've not made friends. I haven't made friends with a customer. I've been acquainted with a really lovely customer. Is that how you say that? So I'm just very grateful. The P1PE is slightly cheaper. P1PE, what are we talking about here? Let's have a look. P1. The P4 200 PWT. P4 200. Oh, I don't know which one you're talking about. P1PE, PW4 200 PWT. God, what are these names? P4, not the PW4. This one here. This is it. Right, let's have a look at this machine then. I agree. I accept. So this is a 4,200 PSI, which seems bonkers. Why? I think the industry standard is around about 21 litres per minute, 200 bar. I don't know why all these cheaper machines seem to be like crazy high PSI, like 290 bar, 4,200 PSI. I don't know why that's necessary, because flow is generally more important than pressure, unless you're offering services like drain jetting and stuff. Flow isn't pressure isn't really an issue. Flow rate 15 litres per minute, which is a good, like, some people say they can't notice the difference between like a 21 and a 15 litre per minute, but other people say it was a massive step up and they're glad they made the upgrade. If this is just something you're dabbling in, you might be happy with a 15 litre per minute machine. It's the one that I got. You know, my second machine was a 15 litre per minute. If you're going to take it seriously and you want something that's going to last and you want to get through your jobs a little bit quicker, you might want to consider jumping straight into a 21 litre per minute machine instead. So 839 quid, including that. The issue that I have with recommending machines and stuff is that I have no idea about these engines and I have no idea about these pumps. So it's got an AR, I think that's an Italian pump, which is a recognised pump. So it's a branded popular pump. And it's got a... what engine has it got? Just says a commercial grade petrol engine. I guess it's Hyundai's own engine, isn't it? Is it a Hyundai branded engine? Yeah, the issue for stuff like this is you don't know whether you can get parts in the UK, I suppose. And they sell so much stuff, look. Pressure washers. I can't see parts anywhere. Or spares. Yeah, I can't confirm whether they match up with the other one. It'd be interesting to know how many people who do roof cleaning get up in the loft to see if they can see any daylight. Yeah, I probably very few people actually take the time to go up in and have a look in the loft to check for any damage and stuff. Some people don't even do a pre-inspection, they just get up there and just start blasting. I think when you're quoting a roof clean, it's important to have a good look around, take pictures, do a full inspection. I didn't know any of this when I did my first roof clean. I didn't even consider that there's a chance that, you know, water could leak into the loft. And if there's anyone that don't know what we're talking about, my first roof clean, my first roof pressure washing job, the customer texts me the next day. It's this one here. 4 weeks ago. The customer texts me the next day saying, I've got dirty water all over my towels in the airing cupboard. So it's obviously come down from like the flute of the boiler. And I've got loads of wet patches in the loft. And there's loads of holes in the felt. And everyone's saying that it wasn't caused by me and it was existing damage from like just a very old felt roof, basically. But we went up there regardless and sort of repaired everything and patched it all up. But yeah, now that I know that that's a potential issue, if I do roof cleaning in future, I'm going to get up there and inspect the felt, unless it's like quite a new house where, you know, you shouldn't expect any issues with felt. This was quite an old property. Do you charge VAT on services? I can figure it out. I'm a sole trader and not VAT registered. No, I haven't hit the threshold yet where I need to think about starting to charge VAT and stuff like that. No. What was your first pressure washer? I think we went over that just a minute ago, Alan. It's this Parker brand cheap one that's actually not in stock anymore. I can't really recommend this for someone starting their business, just based on the fact that it's not designed for commercial work, or it's not designed for a business. It's more of like a something for someone who's cleaning their own driveway at home or washing their own car or whatever. You can't charge VAT if you aren't VAT registered. Delta Wellbeing. I've got epilepsy. Interesting. We used to fit all sorts of different equipment. It was mainly Doro, Tunstall, Tyne-Tech. Telealarm stuff. I've been down and seen the Gorilla. They are good, but they weigh a ton. You'd need an incredible ramp. Yeah, I can imagine that. I can imagine that's a big chunky machine. I mean, I saw... I can't remember if it was Rutland Pumps or AC Pressure Washers at the Cleaning Expo. They had like a big 40 litre per minute machine or something on display. And it looked quite similar to this, like the way that the reel's on top and it's got quite a massive trolley around it and stuff. And you got to imagine, like, for a big machine like this, you're probably going to want to leave it in the van and you're going to mount it in the van, in which case, sort of what's the point in having wheels on it? But also there's wheels on it, so they might... I don't know, I'm probably talking rubbish, but it's like, yeah, to get that in and out of a vehicle, you're going to need some pretty substantial ramps. I wouldn't trust myself pushing that up a ramp. You make a very good point there, Steve. Like, how are you moving this? One, around the property, and two, how are you getting it in and out of the van? You'll take delivery of it and you'll build it up, because they come sort of, the frames and stuff that they come slightly assembled, but you need to sort of bolt everything together yourself. You'll bolt it all together and assemble it and then realise, I can't even get it in my van. Who is this aimed at? And do you not think that you can fit a machine like this that with the same output, so 15, 21 litre per minute, 25 litre per minute, you can fit that same machine on a smaller trolley like the PWS one, for example. So something like this, the Alpha A2. You can get a 21 litre per minute machine with a turbo pack, whatever, and that's as big as it gets. And so that's a little bit more manageable. It's still a big, heavy machine, but it's a manageable size. But then you could also pair that with like a hose trolley. So you could just do that instead of having the big, bulky hose reel sat up on top and having to build this massive frame around it. Why not just have like another trolley to make it easier to maneuver? If you insist on pulling it out the van and walking it around the property rather than mounting it in the van, then why wouldn't you just go for something like this instead? I mean, probably price is a huge factor, but that song was too much for me. I hope the next one's a little bit more chill. The JCB is identical to the Kiam, really? It's the same machine, just you get Darren's expertise and warranty. That's worth paying the extra. Their pumps are Innovu Reverbi. I've been down and seen. The JCB is identical to the Kiam. I didn't know that. The pressure washer you started with how do you think that compares to a Karcher K7, which costs more? I wouldn't recommend anyone starting a pressure washing business to start it with an electric machine. The cost of an electric pressure washer that is worth buying for our industry is way beyond what you can get for a similar, like, let's have a look on PWS's website, for example. So Cold Mobile, probably none of those. I mean, let's take these for example. The best one, the best Nilfisk on the PWS website. Let's just go for the biggest, best one. Flow, litres per hour, 840. What's 840 divided by 60? Or is it divided by per hours per minute divided by 10? $84 divided by 60. No, that's not right. How do you convert litres per hour into litres per minute? 840. Would it be 84? Would it be 8.4 litres per minute? And is this even... This isn't even like a hot... So this is convenience and ease for use, isn't it? But like for the price you're paying that, paying for that, it's 1,200 quid plus VAT. You could get a much more powerful petrol machine from the same company for a lot less money. I wouldn't recommend anyone getting these electric machines have their place, and they're more designed for like a commercial setting. So these ones are, I think they've got boilers in them, haven't they? Yeah, they've got. These ones are heated. So for this electric one with a boiler in it, 2.5 grand plus VAT. And what sort of flow rate are we talking? I don't suppose it matters when you've got steam. I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, if you're starting out, don't get an electric machine. Don't get an electric pressure washer, because you can be very disappointed with the power output. You're going to pay a hell of a lot of money for it, and you can get something cheaper that's a lot more powerful, that's more suited to our industry. Oh, you've actually done the whole street, Steve. That's insane. I use the kiting tool all the time. It's so easy to do. Nice. I'm very glad, Conrad, that you find it useful. Jake, the GSF TFR that you've got, was it caustic or non-caustic version? I got the caustic one. I'm pretty sure it's the caustic one, yeah. Steve, my first machine was a 21 litre Rutland Pumps Vanguard. It weighed a ton getting it in the back of the van. It only had 2 wheels on the back. Yeah, I remember having to lift my 3700 PR. And I even took the handle off the back as well. This bit just sort of is like a quick release, unbolts, just to make it smaller to fit in the van. And it was back breaking every time I had to try and lift this into the van. I literally got the tank within days of having this machine. I got a tank because I was like, I'm not doing this every day. So I got a mounted tank and I got a mounted hose reel in the back of the van. And I can't recommend that enough. If you're in a position to mount your pressure washer in the van, and I don't mean take it off its trolley and mount it in a skid, anti-vibration, all that sort of stuff. I literally just strapped mine down with big ratchet straps. It doesn't vibrate because you've got big chunky tires on it anyway, so it does make a difference. You don't need a anti-vibration skid if it's just something you're just throwing together. I got a tank, 250 litre tank, and then I mounted one of these hose reels. It was a reconditioned one actually, so it's quite a lot cheaper than the others that they've got on their website. But it's basically one of these. So I mounted that in the back of the van. So all I have to take out of the van now, since I did this conversion, you pull your lance out that's already attached to your high pressure hose. And that's all you need to do, other than getting your hose reel out, your low pressure hose, to attach it to the customer's water supply and plug it into your tank. It's so much easier than pulling out all your equipment from your van and then packing it back up at the end of the day. If you've got enough hose on that hose reel, you should be able to do most, 50 meters. I've got 40 meters on mine with a 10 meter extension, and that's been fine for every single job that I've done so far. And it's made my life so much easier. Now I have a van mounted system from PWS, better on the back. Yep, absolutely. Midland Ladders is one of the best places. I'm quite looking forward to doing a video on my new van for you guys. I think I'm just looking forward to filming it. Oh, they do towers as well. Jeez, $4,500 for a... What's special about that? Oh, it's a 2-man one. I want to look at their towers. Scaffold towers, aluminium DIY towers. I guess that's what I want. Oh, okay. These look like thinner and smaller. Samuel, welcome. These look sort of thinner and... Why is he tipping it up like that? Oh, it's on wheels. That's interesting. These look thinner and smaller than the My Towers. Look at that. He's got it up on a step. And it's cheaper than a My Tower as well, I think. I wonder how stable that is. I used Squeaky Clean Dave's. I think it was a My Tower he had. And that was so easy to put together. Oh, this is a 2-man one. I don't need a 2-man one. Do they do the single? 2-man, 1-man. So that one's 1,800 quid, including VAT. Whereas this one is 722 quid, including VAT. 5 meter work in height versus 6 meter work in height. Oh, let's compare the 5 meter. Well, so that's even more. 2,340 quid for the equivalent. So I guess this is aluminium. 1-man quick assembly. Compact and strong. What's the weight here? The weight for the 5 meter is 99 kilograms. That's quite a lot. 99 kilograms for a 5 meter versus this one, which is 48 kilograms. It's half the weight, a fraction of the price. What's the benefit of the My Tower other than probably like it's easier to put together maybe? Is it more stable? Might be more stable because there's no outriggers on this one. There's no like diagonal supports on this one. Oh, Maya's woke up. My little girl's just woke up. I'll be back in a sec. About that. Sorry. Yeah, because I am like seriously considering getting a tower now that I've got a massive van and I could actually fit a tower in it. It's a serious consideration if I am going to be offering roof cleaning on a regular basis. There's no point in renting one. I mean the roof cleans that I've done already far outweighed the cost of buying a tower, so it's probably worth doing at some point. Ladder shop, is that another one? Or are you taking the piss? Yeah, I think you're taking the piss. You got me. Gonna need a fair bit of advice. That's what it's there for, mate. That's what the Discord is here for. How much to become a paid member? Sorry, I missed it. That's okay. So there's a couple of different tiers. So if you go here,
now these videos take a lot of time and effort to film.
That's annoying. So $2.99 for the support member, $4.99 for the circle member, $12.99 for the boosted. So circle members and above get access to the Discord. These videos are really helpful. I'm very glad. I have a van, 25 litres of TFR and 2 water tanks and a limited budget. That's amazing. That's we've all got to start somewhere, mate. And you've made the first step, haven't you? Start with windows and conservatories. That's good advice. If that's the kit that you've got, that's good advice. Gonna need a second live stream if that's the case. Matt, what are you talking about? I can't remember that far back. I think I need to get people to like preface their comments because I'm replying to them so far down that I can't remember what I was talking about. You've become too popular. Oh, are we talking about having like too many people in the Discord? Can you not set a limit on the Discord for, say, 100 members? Yeah. I mean, I'm happy managing it. I mean, people join, and then occasionally they might leave because either it's served its purpose and they're ready to just sort of do it on their own, or financial, like they don't want to pay £5 a month to be involved in the Discord, which is totally understandable. When you're starting your business, every penny counts, so I totally get it. But I'm happy to manage it if it gets to a point where it's like too busy and there's too many questions, or there's too many people not getting answers to their questions. That's my concern. My concern isn't that there's too much activity in the Discord. It's that I can't respond to everyone. It's already quite a lot. It's already like a lot of notifications and stuff that I try and sift through all the time. I mean, since I've been streaming, I've had 1 Discord message and 3 Discord chats. Someone wants to send me a message on my pressure washing business page. I'll get to that later. I get your point, Steve. I just don't see myself window cleaning, wanting to do mostly pressure washing and gutters, and hopefully offer roof cleans in the future. Would be better on a budget for sure. Just so you can start to get the money in and build a active listening. Go pressure washing for now. Once you've built up some cash, you can get a gutter back in October. That's a very good advice. Anyone buying a gutter vacuum now, you're sort of doing it at the end of gutter season. Although I clear gutters all throughout the summer as well, which is quite odd, I think. But as a rule, March until end of September, pressure washing, heavy. And then October until February is going to be mainly gutters for most people, I think. So invest in your pressure washing equipment probably now. And then at the end of the summer, once you've made all your cash, then look at investing in some gutter equipment if money's tight at the moment. Take a look at the Rockwood Predictor pressure washer. Yeah, I think, Holmes, was it you that's just brought the Rockwood? I think you mentioned it last week. Yeah, so again, I suppose this is just like a cheap alternative to the first one I started with. And there's plenty on Amazon and stuff, but you've just got to go into these knowing that these are just a temporary machine it's not going to last you long before something breaks. As long as you understand that, but this will pay for itself in one job. So I don't like calling them disposable, because of like, that's not a good way of looking at a product, that it's disposable. I don't like anything that's disposable, really, because it's just wasteful. But for this sort of money, and the money that you'll make using this machine, it is sort of disposable if it breaks. You know what I'm saying? Hi Jake, coming into my 2nd year pressure washing, and I've had so many more inquiries now that I'm established. Your channel/business progression really motivated me, so thank you. Jake, I'm very pleased for you. Thank you so much. Booking in the Pure Seal course for the end of March, and hopefully this year I can take it full time. That's amazing. I'm glad it's been going well. You do really notice a bump on year 2 where your recommendations and your previous customers come back to you for like additional work. That's not fair to say most, but a lot of the pressure washing jobs that I did over the summer, a lot of those people then contacted me in the winter for gutter clearing once they realised that I offered that service. And it's much easier to sell to your current customers rather than to do marketing and bring on new clients. So if you can expand your services at some point and offer more services to your current customers, it's a much easier marketing strategy than trying to find new customers every year. What chemicals do you use on tarmac? I don't often use chemicals on tarmac, but you could use a biocide. So I use BAC 50 from Pure Seal. This would be as a post-treatment. So you'd wash the tarmac. Ideally wait for it to dry. But honestly, I don't think it makes that much difference if it's still damp when you put the biocide down. They say it does, but you know. I think when a surface has been saturated and it's no longer able to absorb any more, then that's when it's like, yeah, that's far too wet to apply biocide. So say, for example, you're cleaning decking or wood and you've saturated the surface for an hour because you've been pressure washing it. That wood probably can't handle any more. It probably can't absorb anything else because it's at its absorption capacity, whereas tarmac, they've used, no, don't matter. Tarmac dries out quite quickly when you're cleaning it, and you start to see sort of dry patches as you're washing down. And so I think it's okay to apply some biocide straight after you've cleaned the tarmac, personally, for me. But yeah, BAC 50 at 30 to 1, 5 litres is going to cost you 30 quid. And if you're using it at 30 to 1, 30 parts water to 1 part product, 5 litres will last you ages. So for 30 quid, this is a bargain as like a post-treatment. You could also, if you want to put something down and then rinse it off, as like, so this is like a treatment that you'd put on afterwards to help prevent the moss regrowth and to kill the roots of anything else that's remaining after the washing. If you want like a concentrated detergent that's going to aid in the pressure washing, then you might want to consider Max Clean Pro for tarmac, because this contains biocide, and it's also a hard surface cleaner as well. So it's a professional strength cleaner designed to remove buildup of dirt and grime, patios, decking, as well as most exterior hard surfaces. Blend of surfactants, activators to give superior performance. So this is a very foamy product. And Max Clean Pro is pretty much safe on all external hard surfaces. And you can dilute this, I think it was 200 ml to 5 litres of water. So on like an average driveway, you'll probably use maybe 10 litres of water to 400 ml for light contamination. So that's I mean, if you go on the Pure Seal website, after you've clicked one of my affiliate links, which you can find in the descriptions of my video, my latest video, go into the shop and then have a scroll down and have a look on the right hand side, and here you can search categories by the surface type, which I think is really useful. So if I'm specifically cleaning imprinted concrete, I can then go on to imprinted concrete cleaning products, and then that will display all the products that are safe to use on pattern imprinted concrete. So all these I know are safe. It's particularly useful when looking at like sensitive surfaces like limestone. So limestone cleaning products, if you were to then go on that category, you don't have to worry which products are safe. You purchase one of these, read the description, make sure it's going to do what you want it to do. Max Clean Pro, again, safe on limestone. Notice there's no sodium hypochlorite based products in this section, because you shouldn't use bleach on limestone. There's no acids here, so you can't use acid on limestone either, because it will just dissolve it. So that category on the right hand side of the Pure Seal website is really useful for sort of like decking timber. You can see which products are safe to use on decking. I think it's just really useful, so you might want to have a little scroll through there. Hope that answers your question. Hoping to build a cost-effective van mount system. I have 450 litres of water tank that I'm using to build. Thinking of using to build a frame. If you check out, have a look at Squeaky Clean Dave. He's recently built his own frame using. I haven't watched this video. I'm assuming that's included when it comes to like building the frame around. Oh, here we go. Look, homemade tank frame. So if you're looking at doing things yourself, you might want to check out Squeaky Clean Dave. He's got a couple of videos where he's bought an ambulance and he's constructed his own frame to mount his new pressure washer and his water tanks and stuff, and he offers all the services, so it'll pretty much cover everything you need. How did the Parker pressure washer compare to the Karcher? I've never needed to use an electric Karcher, but the Parker pressure washer will pretty much blow any electric Karcher out of the water, unless it's like a commercial one that's super expensive. I just googled it and there are spares available in the UK for that machine, so at 850 quid for the same spec Hyundai JCB and spares available seems a bargain for the people starting out. Yep, could be. Paul's just requested the image packs, bear with me a second. PB Pro Clean. Boosted member, PB Pro Clean. So I have to go in and manually give people access to these image packs that are available in the boosted members section. So I get a notification to say someone's requested access, and then I check that they're a boosted member, and then I give them access. Now he's just got 250 images that he can use for whatever he likes. They're all before and afters, marketing images. All ones that I've used to build my business over the last couple of years. All ones that I've took myself. So if anyone's interested in getting some marketing material, have a look at the boosted tier on my my YouTube members section. My previous machine was kept in my van on a trolley. My van got broken into and got stolen along with a new 50-meter hose. Do you think the van mount would put people off trying to steal it? Potentially, depending on how it's secured. Mine's just sort of screwed into the floor. It wouldn't take a lot for someone to come in with a drill and unscrew it, really. But the fact that there's no wheels on it could potentially put them off trying to pull it out, because what are they going to do with it? Put it on their back and carry it down the road? Like, it's not going to work, is it? That's such a shame that stuff gets nicked. That's such... Just that's even got to be a consideration that you've got to factor in. Like, now I've got this van, and I'm probably going to be keeping a bit more equipment in the van. I'm putting some cameras up and stuff, and I'm putting some security on the van. And it's like, it's so much money just to protect what I've built and what I've earned, to make sure some little scumbag don't come over and just take it. Like, I need a wee. Back in a sec. Oh dear. It's all this whiskey. I haven't used this Deck Clean Pro yet, but I'm quite keen to get a decking job. The roof clean that I did today, he wants a quote for his decking as well. And I might try and see if he wants, like, because look at that. Isn't that insane? It's like a 2-part mix. When you mix the two products together, it sort of activates. And God, I'd love to get some results like this. These before and after pictures are absolutely stunning. 840 divided by 60 will give you litres per minute. So it was 1.5 litres per minute was that? 840 divided by 60. Oh, 14 litres per minute. Okay, fair enough. The Nilfisk is 14. Thank you. Sorry, I think I typed in 84 divided by 60, and I was like, that's not right. You guys have all just, yeah. You can do quick maths, unlike me. I'm starting up in the next few months, but I'm just going to save the extra money and go straight for the Honda 390. Yeah, I mean, you could do the Honda, or you could do... PWS are huge advocates now of the Vanguard engines. So you could do... Let's compare, actually. Honda GX 390, 21 litres, turbo pack, which is everything you need. So that's 1,800 quid, 1,810 plus VAT. So if we change that to the Vanguard, that is 1,750 quid plus VAT. So 50 quid cheaper. Change that to the Vanguard electric start, 1,900 quid plus VAT. So that's probably the one I'd go for, is the Vanguard electric start. When you're paying this sort of money for a pressure washer, you don't want to be mucking around with pull starts, really, because pull starts fail. I mean, on my first Parker machine, probably like 2 weeks in, I pulled the pull start, and it just shredded off and sort of wound back up, and then I had the handle in my hand. I was like, I had to unscrew. Luckily, it was just on my mom's drive. I was cleaning my mom's drive. I had to pull the faceplate off and attach my shoelace, literally the shoelace that I was using at the time for my shoe, and I had to tie that around the pull start, and then tie that onto the handle, put the faceplate back on, and it worked. It was great. It worked perfectly. But it's like 2 weeks in, and the cord has already snapped. And this is what I'm saying about replacement parts. To find somewhere that will service your machine and you can get parts quickly and they're available and they're on the shelf is so important, because you just don't know when something's going to break, and stuff breaks all the time. That's something else you've got to factor in, which I didn't consider when I first started. I thought I bought my machine, I bought my tank, I bought my hoses and my nozzles. The only thing I need now is fuel. That's going to be my only expense going forward now, is fuel. But actually things break all the time, and everything at some point needs replacing. So you've also got to factor that in. Maintenance, changing the oil, filters, turbo nozzles blocking up and breaking. You know, stuff fails. So I'd say if you can get to the point where you've got like three to £500 in like a pot that you don't touch, that should cover most sort of surprises, most like maintenance. If something breaks, if a hose bursts, if one of your turbo nozzles fails, you know, it's good to have that little pot of money where you can just quickly buy a replacement and get it ordered for next day delivery, because it'll save you money. Because if you have to push a job back because your machine's broke and you've got 3 people booked in this week to do their drives, and you know what I'm saying, I don't need to explain that anymore. Picked up one of those 250 litre tower tanks. Actually so much more convenient and space saving versus the standard. Is it? Because I'm thinking about giving, so one of my friends is potentially buying my van and my old machine, and I was thinking about giving him my tank as well, and then I buy one of those tower upright tanks. So have you had both, Matt? Have you had the standard upright tank, and then have you had the tower tank as well, which is even taller but skinnier? Because if it is a big space saver, then I'll do that, I reckon. Get the tower. You will thank yourself later when you need the extra space for the tools. For anyone wondering about tanks, yes, get the tower. You will thank yourself later. I don't know what that means. Loads of my towers on Facebook Marketplace. Is there? Thank you. I'll have a look at that. Good advice. On Midland Ladders, there's a telescopic tower. I don't think I would trust. Oh God, a telescopic tower? No, I don't even trust the telescopic ladders. Doesn't it worry you ruining someone's roof? Big expense if it goes wrong. I'm very sensible. I sort of know what I'm getting myself in for. I'm going to do my pre-inspections on pressure washing jobs. I've got insurance. You know, if you're scared of everything going wrong, then just don't bother. I think sometimes you've got to weigh the risks. And you could say that about anything. Like, should I start learning how to drive? Aren't you scared that you're going to crash? Like, yeah, but how much is that going to hold me back? Do you know what I mean? If I can't drive. BPS solution seems decent. What are we talking about? Is this ladders? Ladders and scaffolding towers. That looks, wow. What the hell? 274 grand. £274, including VAT. For that big old boy. Okay, well that one's disappeared now that I've clicked on it. But even still, 305 quid, 5 metre, 315 quid, including that, with free next day delivery. Oh, Maya's awake again. I think. What sort of, for anyone that does roof cleaning here, what sort of working height would you recommend for most roofs? Because looking at that, that's not high enough. Do you need like 7 metre? That looks more like it. It's still very cheap. It's got the outriggers. Can I make these bigger? It's got wheels on it. I mean, those look like they're going to last about 5 minutes, but that's a similar design to the My Tower, as is that. As is that. I think this is the one Dave's got. No, it's not. That would be very versatile. Just knowing that I've got that in the van. And it will go as tall as I want it to go. And even for the smaller jobs, I can just get up to the roof level. That would be very useful to have. And they don't take long to put up. Me and my brother did one. Me and my brother did a solar panel cleaning job. And we borrowed Squeaky Clean Dave's tower. And it probably took us like maybe 20 minutes to put up. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through to see if I can see whether I get any clues as to which tower it is. I don't think Dave's here anymore, so he won't be able to tell me. Just before this one it was. Come on. I definitely posted a picture of it, so where is it? There it is. I mean, even that isn't up to the roof line like that one is. That one's even bigger. The floor of this one is at the gutter line, whereas Zach's waist here is sort of just below the gutter line. Yeah, just knowing that I've got a tower in the van, that'd be pretty confidence inspiring. You could tackle pretty much any job. And renting a tower, they're not expensive, to be fair. You can rent a tower for like 85 quid for 2 days, which seems pretty good to me, because you just charge that to the customer. It doesn't make a difference to your profits or whatever. Is anyone else having a drink tonight? I suppose it's a Monday night for most people. They're not going to bother. This is my weekend. I have Tuesdays and Saturdays off, and so Friday nights and Monday nights are when I have a little tipple. I work Sundays. Need a second live stream comment was about Discord getting huge. Oh, I see. Sorry. Look at the Predator. It's a 15 litre per minute. I can't remember which brand machine that was. Predator 15 LPM. I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember which machine we were talking about, which brand it was. Was it a Rockwood Predator maybe? Acer Predator, no. It's a gaming laptop. I can't remember, sorry mate. Would you have any idea how to extend the lance of the turbo nozzle without buying that roof cleaner extension? Neil, can you expand on that? Would you have any idea how to extend the lance of the turbo nozzle without buying the roof cleaner extension? How high do you want to go? How far do you want to go? So you want to use a turbo nozzle for roof cleaning, but you don't want to pay for like an expensive high pressure water fed pole? Is that what you're saying? There isn't really a solution for that other than buying the water-fed pole adapter kit, this conversion kit, conveniently on the front page of AC pressure washers. So if you've already got a water-fed pole, a good one for like, you know, window cleaning and conservatories and gutters, fascias, soffits, whatever, you can add this conversion kit to it, and this will turn it into a high-pressure water-fed pole. I think you've got to potentially remove section 1. You can fit into section 1 of the pole is normally removed. Yeah, there we go. The one that I bought was the Gutter Vacuum Systems Pro 35, which is a 40 meter high pressure telescopic pole that's already got the conversion kit attached to it. I think it's sorry, not 40 meter, 40 feet. I think 40 feet is potentially the working height, and I think it's a 35 foot pole. I don't know, but it's already got everything with it in the kit. Oh, they're out of stock. I wonder if that's because of my videos recently. That's interesting. I have to ask them about that. I want to know if they've had like an influx of orders since I posted my video of me using it for the first time. That's very interesting. So basically, you buy this pole, you get everything you need to start roof cleaning. You could get a bit bougie with it and like order a foot pedal. You could get like a roof cleaning, flat surface cleaner and stuff. But if you've just got your turbo nozzle and you want to plug it into something that will allow you to do roof cleaning, you want to buy something like this, really. Some people get a little bit fooled by, I mean, even Equip to Clean are advertising in their business starter packs so they're advertising this as roof cleaning equipment because it includes one of these lightweight aluminium high pressure water fed poles. But I've used a couple of these. I've used theirs on their training day. That's more like just like a demo day, where you can just test out their equipment. And it's one of the lads that attended with me. who was there on the day as well. He had it fully extended, and he pressed the trigger, and I'm not joking, it shot back, and he couldn't take his hand off the trigger, so it was just flailing all over the place. And I thought, oh, he's quite a small guy, and I thought, oh, he's being a bit weak with that. He's like, clearly doesn't. But I think it was because it was combined with being too close to the wall, so the pressure pushed it away off the wall, but also the lance just bends like that. If you're going to use one of these, you need to turn the pressure right down, and I'd probably only recommend it for things like gutter, fascia and soffit cleaning. Very low pressure. I would not recommend one of these poles for roof cleaning. You need a proper like carbon pole with a conversion kit on it. There's a few of them. There's like a BE extendable water fed pole. It's a extendable high pressure pole. So this is the one I used, and I took it straight back because also it broke, but also it was just totally unmanageable. I tested it once, plugged into the pressure washer with a nozzle on the end, and it almost flew out of my arms. It just shoots backwards. It's bendy. It's just like, they're terrible. I don't think they're fit for purpose. I don't think they should be sold. Or if they are being sold, you can't market these as roof cleaning poles. You got to market them as like low pressure, maybe steam cleaning poles for like, I don't know. Some people are marketing these as roof cleaning poles, and I don't think you can, personally. Did you figure out if it's best to biocide before or after sanding block paving? If I was to do it again now, I would do it after sanding. Thinking about it after I made that video last night and posted it today, having a good think about it, surely it coats the sand in like a protective layer. It treats the sand as well as the block paving and stuff, which is probably what you want to prevent new regrowth in the sand. So say a seed blows over and drops in the sand. If that sand doesn't contain biocide, it's probably going to sprout and grow straight away. Whereas if it contains biocide, it's probably going to have a more difficult time growing. Do you know what I mean? On the BackClear Pro, it's a licensed product. Does one need a license to use it, or is it just stating the legal? I don't think so. I think for some products you need to upload your photo ID to the website. But before you place an order, or before it lets you add it to the basket, you need to tick this box. You agree that you meet the requirements. I guess it's saying that you understand. I don't know. This is a weird one because I don't think biocide training is mandatory. However, Pure Seal do offer, I think it's online, they offer an online training course. Although it's not here. This is something that they're doing to cover themselves. Do you know what I mean? That when you're selling chemicals, there's probably a hell of a lot of hoops to jump through. And so there's a lot of information here that they need to probably put in these descriptions and stuff. And they've got all these PDF documents. Where are the PDFs? Additional information, maybe? No. They've got a bunch of PDF documents on on almost every single one of their products where they've got like the Kosh stuff. I don't know much about the health and safety side of stuff, so you'll have to forgive me. I can imagine it's not easy to legally sell chemicals in the UK. So as far as I'm aware, you don't need training to be able to apply biocide. But Pure Seal do offer training, and it's probably advised. I think the biocide would be better absorbing into the sand for long-lasting effects. I agree with you. So much cost to protect things you shouldn't have to protect, but that's the world we live in. Exactly. Yep, I totally agree. Would be good to get someone from Pure Seal on a chat. I reached out to Chris, and although he would be the perfect person to join me on like a podcast like this, I don't think it suits his personality type to sort of be in front of an audience. I mean, to be fair, he hosts these training days, and he's a very good public speaker, and so I think he'd be absolutely great. But I think I remember him saying something like it's not really his cup of tea. There's another chap. This music's too intense for me at the moment. There's another chap. I can't remember his name. Tomlinson or Thompson. He commented on my post earlier. He's like a Pure Seal Mike Tomlinson. He's very active on the Facebook pages and stuff. And I think he's a representative of Pure Seal. He was on the training day. I think he's like an advisor or something. I'm not sure at all, to be honest. But I reckon he'd probably be up for it. I could send him a message if you think that'd be. I mean, that would be a very good live stream, to be fair. If you guys had questions about chemicals, that'd be a good one. Wanted an alpha with a couple of modifications and a van mounted. Couldn't get answers out of PWS after a week. 4 calls, 3 emails. Called Rutland Pumps and had what I needed in hand 4 days later. That is the trouble with getting popular, unfortunately. And I think they had some issues last week as well, where either the phones were down or the internet was down. I can't remember whether that was actually them. I don't know, but at the moment PWS are a little bit in the limelight. A lot of people are purchasing their equipment, and they're involved with Sid Partridge, Squeaky Clean Dave. They're doing some work for me. And when you've got that many eyes, you know, the YouTube and stuff, when you've got that many eyes on your business, that of course is going to bring in a lot of extra work and interest and people buying products from you and stuff. And they are very, very busy there. And they make custom setups, custom machines. And so when you got these busy spells, when you get a little bump, it's probably quite hard to stay on top of everything and answer everyone's inquiries and stuff. So fair play to Rutland Pumps. I don't think you can necessarily write off PWS based on just that one experience. It's this time of year is going to be particularly busy for most suppliers, so maybe keep that in mind as well. I've had both a tower tank The tower tank weirdly fills 70% of the size of the standard 250 litre. It's weird knowing that it's the same capacity, it just utilises unused vertical space. That's yeah, I think you've just sold it for me there, to be honest. I think I'll probably go for the tower one then in that case. Yeah, it's just taller, isn't it? It's just skinnier but taller. I think you had a bit too much whiskey. What are you talking about? What am I doing wrong? Conrad, explain. Why have I had too much whiskey? God, I need to get some WD-40 on this chair. I feel like every time I move, you guys think it's probably my bones, my knees, like creaking every time I move. It's actually just the chair. Standard 2-story house. Gutter line sit on average 5.8 meters from the floor. So 6 to 7 meters working height is what you want. Thank you, Matt. That's very good information. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. I need to like screenshot your message there and just remember that. My tower was £900 second hand and it's a one man. That's good. A good reference, thank you. Was that off like Facebook Marketplace or something, or eBay? Or with the Parker brand, which nozzle did you use for rinsing down after you washed an area? It was just like the 15 degree. Which one's the green one? I always get confused. Which one's the green one? It's the 25, isn't it? I knew that. Yeah, I just used the green one. You work Sunday, Tracy? Yeah. I have worked Sundays since my boy was born, and he's now 9. And I've worked every Sunday since my little boy was 9 years old. Just because it's always just worked out better for like childcare. We're in this routine now, and my boy doesn't live with me, but he obviously lives with his mum, and this is his bedroom. He's with us 3 days a week. And I've just always kept the Sundays, I've always kept the Tuesdays and the Saturdays free, so I can go and pick him up from school on a Tuesday, and he can sleep over on the Tuesday night, and then he goes to, his mum picks him up to go to school on the... I've just never found any reason to change it. All the jobs that I've had, it's always just sort of worked out that it's convenient for most people that I work a Sunday. And then when I went self-employed, it's like, well, now that I'm in control, no reason to change it. I don't value a Sunday any more than any other day, so it makes no difference to me. I don't go to church. I don't have, I see my family on a Saturday. Sunday is just another day to me. It doesn't make any difference. Sold at B&Q or direct from Rockwood. You can buy them at B&Q. Nice. I want to get to the bottom of a manhole. Neil, I don't know what you're talking about. Having a few beers for my birthday. Cheers. Happy birthday, Hooper. How old are you? I only want an extension of 1 meter. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you want a 1 meter extension for your current lance. Oh, you want to get to the bottom of a manhole. My bad, sorry. I thought you wanted an extension to do like roof cleaning and stuff. You can buy an extension. Lance. 1/4 inch extension. I've got some in the shed. You can get cheap ones off Amazon like this. You can get these like cheap quick release lance extensions, and you could put more than one on if you want to, but some of them, they come with all different sizes, and some of them have like bends in them and stuff. They're very cheap. They're just but you can plug that into your current lance and just extend it a bit. Lance extension for pressure washer, I guess. Yeah, look, this is the kit that I got actually. This is the exact thing that I bought in the early days. Comes with a bunch of nozzles and a bunch of little 1/4 inch extensions. I don't know why you'd use these bent ones. Some people do. They do it for like gutter clearing. Like, who's pressure washing moss out of a gutter? I know in the US they use like leaf blowers and stuff to run along, but they've got much bigger houses and more land and more property. But in the UK, it's just moss and sludge that are in your gutters, and if you were to pressure wash that out of the gutter, it's just going to go everywhere and cause a right mess. So I don't know. Hello. How you doing?
Hi.
How you feeling? Knackered.
Fruit Looped.
Fruit Looped. How many did you do?
Yes.
I reckon you did 6 laps of the running track, and then you've gone and done 8 lengths.
8 lengths.
No, more than that. 3 kilometers.
We did 10 laps of the running.
Did you run or did you walk?
The whole time we ran.
10 laps of the track.
10 laps of the track.
How many kilometers is that?
4,000 metres.
4 kilometers.
Okay.
And then what did you do?
And then we swam like 1,000 metres.
That's insane. That's a triathlon.
No, it's not. But how good is that from like 2 weeks ago doing like 3 laps?
It's cool that you can see progression. Like every week you're doing more.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm sat here with a whiskey, chilling.
But like if I can do, I mean, I know it's not like going to be that easy to progress to more laps and stuff, but if I can keep progressing, I'm going to be okay for the wolf run.
This is causing you a lot of anxiety, isn't it? This wolf run.
No, it's not.
You seem like
I just wanna
worried
do
about
well.
it. Yeah, don't be worried about it.
I'm not worried.
People who do the wolf run are not prepared for the wolf run. They're just challenging themselves.
I know, I wasn't prepared the first time I did it.
Yeah, but it's expected. You've not got anything to prove to anyone.
No, I know, but
I'm proud of you, but like, don't put too much pressure on yourself.
I'm not doing it for that anyway. I'm doing it for myself. But I'm just saying, like, going from not being able to run 3 laps or struggling to do 3
Yeah.
to feeling like reasonably comfortable at 9 and 10. But I am hurting.
And you've come home empty-handed, which is disappointing. Disappointing.
Never.
Where'd you get a fiver from?
It was changed from something.
Why the turbo pack over the ultimate? That's a good question.
Are you proud of me for doing 4K though?
Very proud of you. Very proud indeed.
But it was like an ice rink at the other end of the... we started running and we got to the other end of the lap and we were literally like, whoa! And every time we hit it, we forgot about it and we got to the...
Well, it's icy.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. 4
What?
degrees out there.
Is it?
Yeah.
What's it going to be tonight?
No, it's 3 now. Very cold. Very fresh.
It's not freezing though.
Well, 3 degrees can be frosty. I know 0 is the point of freezing.
Actually, ground temperature is different to air temperature.
Yeah.
So if the air temperature is 3 degrees, it could be -1 on the ground.
Thank you. My car tells me at 3 degrees, careful, ice.
Is it?
Caution, ice, yeah.
Fair enough. I was hoping to get back and buy aside the roof in Licky on Wednesday. But now yeah, 80% chance of rain.
Yeah, so it's going to be a wet one this week.
And rain over the next couple of days. So, well, I'm so glad I finished that roof.
More floods, yeah. You'd be worrying about getting it back to it as well.
Yeah. I finished like the back section and I was like, I've done well today.
Let's stop.
Yeah,
what time
I could.
Was that?
It was like 1 o'clock. I was like, no, I'm gonna have my chicken and rice that you made me. I'm gonna have a little half an hour rest, and I'm gonna get the other side done, and I'm gonna vacuum the gutters. I don't care what time I'm here till. I just want to get it done.
Yeah.
And I did.
And that's what chicken and rice does for you.
That's what chicken and rice does. Meal prep. So the ultimate pack comes with a surface cleaner. Is that the only difference? I think it probably is.
We'll go for a shower.
Love you.
Love you.
So you've got an extra 10 meters of high pressure hose. Yeah, so an extra 10 meters of high pressure hose and a 18-inch surface cleaner. For an additional turbo pack is 1810 plus VAT. Ultimate pack. Matt, thank you so much for becoming a member. That I've not had this many people in one evening decide to join the membership. So thank you so much. So 1810 plus VAT. So it's about an extra £310, £315 for an extra 10 meters of hose and a surface cleaner. That's a good deal because the surface cleaners alone are like 400 quid. I would suggest for someone just starting out on a budget, you maybe don't need the surface cleaner just yet. If you want to keep costs as low as possible, just go for the turbo pack. Add a surface cleaner later on. But that's just me personally. For roof cleaning, you need 2 poles of the same length. One for cleaning high pressure hose and one for putting biocide on with 6 or 8. Yeah, there's a couple of different application methods for biocide, and they're all expensive. So, for me, if I'm going to pressure wash a roof, I'm using this, and then to apply the biocide, I'm using my trusty CLX 22 with a brush on the end with 2 50-degree fan jets. And you can see this in my video, the first roof clean I did, the first proper pressure washing job I did here 4 weeks ago. You can see how I'm applying the biocide with the water fed pole. Sort of brushing it in, working from bottom to top. And then I'm pumping it through the backpack. Which is currently out of stock for some reason. So 122 quid plus VAT. So you want the backpack, and then you want some sort of water fed pole with a brush on the end, ideally, that you can apply the biocide with. And then, yeah, you're going to want a high pressure pole as well. So roof cleaning is no joke. It's a lot of money to get into. Matt, again, thank you so much for joining and becoming a member. So if you really consider it, if you want to go fully independent and be fully equipped to offer roof cleaning, you're gonna need to do a full service. Wow, this is actually crazy, right? You've brought up an excellent point. To offer a full service, if you're pressure washing a roof, you're going to need a high pressure water fed pole, up to £1,000, depending on how much you want to spend. You might want a flat surface cleaner for the roof, £300. To apply the biocide afterwards, you're going to need another water fed pole and like a backpack or a dosatron or whatever, upwards of £500. If you want to be fully independent, you want to buy your own scaffolding tower and ladders, upwards of £1,000. And you're also going to need a gutter vacuum as well, with the extendable poles, £1,000. That's around about £5,000, upwards of £5,000, without even taking into account the pressure washer itself, just to be able to offer a full roof cleaning, pressure washing service. That's mad. I'd never even considered that before. I'm just going to go for another wee. I'm drinking so much tonight. Not in a weird way. I'm just taking in a lot of fluids. And I need another wee, so I'll be back in a sec. Oh, sorry about that. How many times tonight have I gone for a wee? That's insane. Turbo and Ultimate are the same, except the Ultimate comes with the surface cleaner, plus 10 meters of hose. Yeah, I went with the Ultimate for sure. 100% need that surface cleaner. Hopefully make certain jobs far quicker. Yeah, I mean, I definitely recommend a surface cleaner if you're going to be doing like a lot of patios and stuff. I don't use a surface cleaner very often on block paving because I just don't think it's very effective. This is the Pure Seal Biocide training website. I think it's £100. Smart Exterior, if you're posting links, they don't show up in the chat because you've not got permission to post links. Pure Seal Biocide training. Is it this one? Yeah, it is. Here it is. Is it an online course? I can't really tell from that. I think Jake doesn't like the flat surface cleaners, but I think he was sold a dud with 3 nozzles, unless it's been resolved and upgraded since. Flat surface cleaners, I think, are fantastic for patios. I don't think anyone is getting good results on block paving with a flat surface cleaner where they don't have to go over it again with a turbo nozzle. So I think it's a waste of time on block paving, personally. Unless it's just moss. If it's light moss build-up in between the joints, you might get away with a flat surface cleaner on block paving. If there are any weeds, I don't think it's going to be effective. Even at 30 litres per minute, a twin bar setup, I haven't tested it yet, but I really don't see how you're getting perfect results every time. I really don't. I think actually Steve Heaton might have argued with me before on this, because he's got a twin bar, and I questioned him, and I think he was a bit offended that I questioned him. I don't know. I was like, do you actually... I can't remember. Hey up, Shagbag. Batman, welcome back. I tried biocide after sanding once and it reacted with the sand and I ended up with a yellow stain on the surface. It did go away after a few weeks. So that would have been drawing any contaminants out of the surface. And it went away because it rained. So biocide, I used biocide on some like granite block paving and it turned everything brown. Even after I'd pressure washed everything, put the biocide down and it started sucking up and brought loads of brown contaminants to the surface that the pressure washer didn't get to. So you could see it was doing its job instantly. And then the rain will sort of wash that away and it will reactivate the biocide every time it rains. So it does that by design. So there might have been some sort of contaminants in the sand or left over from the clean that high pressure just wasn't able to get to. You can see biocide working quite often, so sometimes you might have to tell your customer, especially on ground surfaces or on render. You can see in Sid Partridge's latest video, oh, wrong one. He did a render clean.
There's some.
And there was like just a little bit of algae on this render. It weren't bad at all. And then he applied the biocide and it turned the whole wall luminous green. And that's what biocide does. It pulls everything out and draws it to the surface, and then the rain will just wash it away.
Do my render cleaning job and then go home. So yeah.
Right then guys, we're on to the last job of the day now. Sorry I didn't show you much of the other ones, and I'm probably not going to show you much of this one because it's really windy and you're not going to see anything. So what we're doing now is we're cleaning some render. Two ways to clean some render. You can use hypochlorite or you can use biocide. The same two chemicals that we always use to clean everything. For this one I'm opting for biocide, so it's a little bit of a slower result. However, the only thing we've got to worry about on this is just a bit of green algae. As you can see there, it's just a bit green. I've still got these windowsills, we'll do
So
these.
there's not a lot of algae on this at all.
It's just green, there's no black, there's no red.
So pay attention to how it looks now.
So we don't need to go in hot with anything, we don't need to go in with bleach. Go in just with some biocide.
Sorry.
We've only got two sides of it as well. So just some biocide. To be honest guys, probably by tomorrow this will be white. If not, within a week or two. So it's going to look worse before it looks better. I'll check in with you once we finish cleaning it. It'll probably look quite dark once the biocide goes on it. But yeah, by tomorrow it will probably be almost white all over, to be honest with you. So it should be a quick one.
Look at this.
Right then guys, we are halfway there now. And
how scared would you be?
All of a sudden.
How scared would you be using this for the first time and then seeing that and being like, oh my god, I've made it worse. How have I made it worse?
Remember, it's just kind of a little bit green. Yeah, as soon as you put that chemical on it, guys, it just blooms. And it's, I don't know if it's coming through on the camera as well as it is in real life, but It looks lime green, guys. It's luminous. So yeah, very happy with that. That's going to look amazing even by tomorrow.
So yeah, biocide takes a while to work sometimes. Ground surfaces, wood, render, it works pretty quickly. On roofs and stuff, it could take up to 12 months before you start to see like a massive difference. Maybe that was an unfair comment on PWS. I didn't realise that was the case. Makes sense though. Being busy is good for them. Yeah, and I totally understand when you want to spend that sort of money, and you've got something in mind that you want to buy, and then you contact the company, and you get nothing from them. It's like, okay, I'll just take my money elsewhere. Like, I totally get it. They're doing a lot at the moment, and they build everything in-house. All the frames are custom. They go through a lot of effort to get things like powder coated, and not only have they got to keep on top of that, their bread and butter work is going out to commercial sites to do repairs. I think Darren's got a lot of like ambulance contracts where he goes out and repairs their pressure washers that they do the fleet washing with for the ambulances and stuff. So those are some big contracts that they're on 24/7. And then on top of that, they're building custom machines. They're pushing the envelope when it comes to like experimenting with new setups, and they're always changing things and tweaking things here and there, and trying to make these van builds like the best they can possibly be. And then on top of that, they've got people just turning up and asking for like a service, or trying to buy stuff, or trying to get an upgrade, or whatever. It's like they've got people walking in all the time. The phones are ringing off the hook. They've got emails coming through. Like, it must be difficult. And that's the same for a lot of businesses, but I think there's a lot of spotlight on PWS at the moment because Darren's doing so much networking. Like, he's putting himself out there. He's doing live streams. I think every Friday? I don't know. He's doing live streams on Facebook anyway. Putting a lot of content on Facebook. And yeah, it comes at a cost at some point. I mean, this YouTube stuff for me, YouTube comes at a cost to me. I mean, yeah, it's great with the advertising revenue and people purchasing memberships and stuff. The money's great, but the time that it takes me to film, set up cameras on every single job, document everything I'm doing, come back and spend hours and hours editing stuff, and then do this on a Monday night and live stream for almost 4 hours. What am I doing? 4 hours? Where's the time gone? It's almost 4 hours that I've been live tonight. What's going on? This takes away from running my full-time business and inquiries and all the messages that I get, and like it's non-stop. And so I'm trying to prioritize and stuff. And so at my little small level, trying to balance all these different things, like I want to do YouTube, but is my time better spent focusing on the business and growing that and making sure I'm responding to people and getting out in person to quotes and stuff to make a good first impression, and honing in on my pricing, and there's a lot that I could be doing if I weren't doing YouTube, but YouTube's the fun bit for me. Taking the pictures, posting the pictures afterwards is the fun bit. The work itself, I could take it or leave it. It's looking back and like a year from now, like, oh God, look what I did last year. Look how far I've come. You know what I mean? So it's if this grows into something bigger, I don't know how I'm going to handle it. There's only so much bandwidth people have, and so much attention you can pay to. I don't know how some people do. You know, like Elon Musk, he's got like 5 businesses, and he's still tweeting and doing podcasts and AE Macintosh doing a pressure washing course for £95. What you reckon? Some people have been posting in my Discord about it, and I think a couple of people have booked on for the course. He posts a lot on Instagram about his course. So it's this one. Sales and marketing strategies, tools and techniques, business training, demonstrations, hands-on the tools, practical and valuable information. You get a what was that certification then? CB. That was the same one that Pure Seal had. CPD certified. That's the same as the Pure Seal biocide training, which is interesting. That looks to be like a recognised course in that case then. I mean, it looks like he's putting a lot of effort into this, doesn't it? It looks very official. And who better than someone who's been in the industry for God knows how many years and offers all the services. He's doing roof cleaning, window cleaning, gutters, pressure washing, conservatory cleaning. I saw one of his very in-depth conservatory cleans inside and out where he teamed up with another business. He's very good at the social media and marketing stuff. 51,000 followers on Instagram. Haven't looked at his TikTok or whatever. Instagram for me has been really difficult to like grow on. I think I've got like 600 followers on Instagram. It's not a lot at all. And I post the same stuff that I post on on Facebook as I do on Instagram. And my Facebook is much more popping than my Instagram is. But I couldn't really think of anyone better to give you like one-to-one training. Who out there is better? I don't mean better. I mean more equipped to. I mean, he's clearly been in the industry for many years. He's got a podcast. I think he's got his own like brand of water-fed poles and stuff. Clearly doing very well. Why wouldn't you want to learn from someone like this? You know what I mean? Probably well worth the 95 quid. I think you're probably gonna, yeah. You are forgetting what you're on about and always running off to the toilet. I'm not forgetting what I'm on about. You guys are posting a comment, and then as I'm going through them, I'm getting to your comment like 10 or 15 minutes later. So I forget what I spoke about like 15 minutes ago. And I've got a weak bladder, what can I say? Why don't you buy scaffolding? You mean like one of these towers that we've been looking at? I probably will at some point. It depends if I intend on offering roof cleaning. And if I intend on offering roof cleaning, then I need to employ someone. So I need to figure it out. Do I offer roof cleaning? Or am I going to stick to driveways and patios? I don't know what the answer is yet. Stay tuned next time. 53 today, sadly. Last question about the Parker brand machine. The high pressure hose is quite stiff. Does it have a standard fitting each end to buy a nicer hose for it? That comes with the M22, I believe. You can get an adapter if you wanted to, or yes, you could screw, like if you wanted to get a new hose from PWS, for example. I know I keep going back to PWS. I'm an advocate of their equipment because I think they're very good. You could also go to AC pressure washers, Rutland pumps, Equip to Clean, pressure washer sales and service in Evesham. Any of my trusted suppliers on here. But yeah, you could get a 10 meter 2-wire hose, 60 quid plus VAT. And that looks like it's got a 3/8 inch M, 3/8 inch F, multiple options. I don't know what fittings they come with. I'm not sure if that would screw straight into that, but you can get adapters. What's that adapter? M22. Can you get an M22 to 3/8 inch male? Yes, you can. You'd probably want that, I think. I think that's what you'd want. An M22 to a 3/8 inch male, and then you can order one of them. I wonder if they do M22 to adapter. M22. I'm sure PWS do it. You just need to get in touch. Maybe give them a ring. Chemical chat would be brilliant, especially for new starters. Yeah, to have someone from Pure Seal on, I think that'd be beneficial for a lot of people. The value you and those in the chat give for the cost, actually cheaper than a pint. Can't fault it. Now get your accountant back on and ask if I can expense it. Hey, that's a good idea. Matt, thank you for the kind words. Can you write off a subscription to my YouTube channel as part of your tax? It's surely this is contributing to your business, and it's that's viable, surely. Biosidetraining.co.uk. Is it actually? Oh my god, it is. Oh, this is a fancy website. Non-brand specific training. I like that. They're not attributing Pure Seal to the training. It's just a generic. This is Bioside training, regardless of which Bioside you purchase. Compliant with the HSE. I like all this. It reminds me of the C word. Not the naughty one. The controversial one that get you demonetized on YouTube. I'm curious about this now. I kind of want to do it to see if I'd recommend it. I mean, I learned a lot about Bioside on the Module 1 training course, so I wonder what more there is to learn through this. when you have time or another night or on Discord, can you go through the lances? Looking at PWS and Rutland starter packs, you get 2 lances, a 1200mm with PWS and only a 900mm from Rutland. How tall are you, Leon? 1, it depends on your height. 2, it depends on, do you want to have a little bend on the end of the lance as well? Because you might find like a 1200mm with a bend on would be more suited to you. Whereabouts are you based? Because you might also want to consider visiting PWS or Rutland pumps, and they'll have lances on the shelf. You could just plug in a lance to your trigger and just see what's most comfortable. And they're about, aren't they like 20 quid for a lance? Just get a couple of different ones and see which ones, see which ones you're happy with. I think you buy a spare bar for the surface cleaner with a 30-degree nozzle, and that is more suitable for block paving, easier and quicker to change. Yeah, I saw Joseph Specky on Facebook. He, instead of changing the nozzles on his surface cleaner, let me see if I can find that video. He just changed over the entire bar, which looked a lot quicker to do. Is it easy jet washing? Can I find videos? Probably not very quickly. This is probably going to take me a while to just... It was only the other night, I think. It's probably going to be a lot that I have to... Here we go. This is the video.
Here from Easy Jet Wash, and we're gonna do a little bit of trickery today. Come closer. Osmotic flat surface cleaner. Set up the right nozzles for the right job. I got 40-degree nozzles in this bar, which is very good for very sensitive surfaces, slabs and stuff. But we have a bit of block paving to clean here. So I got ready the 15-degree nozzle set, and I got...
By the way, I love his accent. How cool is that accent? And how friendly does he sound? He looks like he could do some damage, but he sounds so friendly.
I'm gonna swap it very quick. How easy to swap the bar instead just the nozzles, yeah? It's far more easy. You don't have to be very clever for this one, but you need to be very careful not to
That was so much easier.
Very firm with your hands.
It takes me like 5 or 10 minutes to swap the nozzles over.
Give a good grip when you fix it up. One off.
And I have to... I'm using PTFE tape every time, like fresh PTFE tape, every time I'm putting new nozzles on.
Be careful. Lock. Just with 2 fingers. Ready to go. Have any questions? Just come across to my profile. Chris is on training, and he's enjoy it.
I like him. He seems like a nice guy. And he's just trying to help people as well. Like it's very loud. What's this one?
About the twin lance and how good is it to use it on the job. So basically you can turn up down the pressure on this one. See, it's full pressure. Doing cleaning. You blast all the shit on the wall, yeah?
You blast all this shit.
And you can open it. As soon as you open it, it drops the pressure down. Yeah. See? Even look at that. You can make a quick rinse anytime. It's really great. Same principle with the fan nozzle. When you're just washing the dirt off on the end and you blast something on the wall or something, it's far better when you take off the pressure a bit, yeah? And it's far more easy to rinse it down. Very simple. If you have 2 twin lances, you can get any job done anytime.
He seems like the sort of guy that's like giving back to the community. I mean, I think he runs this Easy Jet Wash Facebook page as well. He just sounds like he wants to help everyone, which is nice. I respect it. I don't think they sell 30-degree fan nozzles. I think it's either 15-degree, 25-degree, 40-degree, or 65-degree. Macintosh is the man. You heard it here first. Just got into the Discord. Can't wait to burn my day away tomorrow reading every single post. Check out the guides section. Have a look in the guides because you might find some useful, just like easy to digest information in there. I've just posted about my pricing. And have a look in the quotes section as well, because if you need, it sounds like you're quite established and you've got your own thing going on at the minute. But if you have a look in the quotes section, people are posting about their quotes and about their pricing and stuff. So you might find that useful to have a little scroll through as well. See what you think. Gaming live streamers can write off subscriptions to another streamer and market it as advertisement purposes. So a business Discord forum that provides value should be an expense as a service, surely. I'd agree with you. Yeah, I used to the amount of money that I've spent donating and subscribing to Twitch streamers over the years is scary. I used to watch a game called Daisy. Okay, it's just brought up the map, Daisy. I used to watch Twitch streamers every single night play this game. And specifically a chap called Potato. And I used to subscribe to him every month. And I'd just donate money to him for no reason. Just like, I'm getting value because I'm watching the stream. I'm enjoying the content and stuff. The Running Man, I watch him quite a lot. I watch is it Sour Sweet? I watch God, what's the really good one that I watch? I can't remember his name. I can't remember his name. This is crazy. He's like one of the best Daisy streamers, and I can't remember his name. What the hell? There's so many people on Twitch these days. Look at all these people streaming to one viewer. It must be soul destroying. I used to do that. The one viewer is probably themselves as well. which is just soul destroying, knowing that you're talking and trying to entertain people and there's no one watching, but you need to keep talking just in case someone tunes in. And it's like, oh god, what's his name? That's gonna bother me. Love a bit of Daisy. Matt, do you? Let me know if you ever want to jump on. I'd love to get back on that game. The buyer-side training is now included in Module 1. You have to ask yourself, in the worst scenario, without your insurance company covering you, if something occurred due to buyer-side use. Yeah, I mean, it's when it comes to like pets and stuff. Someone asked on the Facebook page the other day, someone asked if a dog received chemical burns due to the buyer side, am I liable? And it's like, whoa. Like, that really puts it into perspective. How easy things can go wrong. Because that clearly happened. And it's like, where do you stand? And what a shame for the dog. Like, I need to get the bolt in frame from PWS so I can get rid of the silly frame from the Kiam. Yeah. PWS. I'm off to play Call of Duty. Nice. Get a group of us on the modded servers pressure washing the zombies to death. Yeah, you want something like this, didn't you? Just this frame to bolt your engine and pump to. I was seriously considering this for a while, but I ended up just upgrading the whole setup instead. Yeah, Joseph's always on the cigars, isn't he? I'm actually fairly new to this as my own entity. Used to do a lot of washing with companies I worked for years ago, but started up my own at the beginning of January. Oh, nice. Okay. Is your special book in the Discord guide? This Pure Seal book? No. I am very conscious that the information that I've learned on the Pure Seal course, I will not be giving away for free. So there's things that I've learned through experience and things that I've researched myself that I'm happy to put out there. But the stuff that I've specifically learned on the course, I'm not gonna just regurgitate that in a Discord guide and make you guys pay for it. Like, I think that's so disingenuous. There's a weird line because it's difficult for me to talk about like how to like chemical training. I'm the last person you should pay attention to when it comes to seeking like training advice when it comes to chemicals and stuff. I've got some I know like best practices, and I know roughly what works on each surface and what to avoid and stuff, but I struggle talking about chemicals because I know I'm very conscious that there's a bit of I've got a platform here, and when I say stuff, it's recorded, it's documented, it's online, and it's there for anyone to access. And Pure Seal have spent so much time and effort to put together these courses, and the last thing I want to do is just regurgitate the information that I've learned on those courses and give it to you for free. I don't think that's fair. So I am very conscious of that when I'm making my videos and when I'm doing these live streams and stuff. But at the same time, I am affiliated with Pure Seal, so I've for the longest time I've promoted their products anyway, regardless of whether I've got a relationship with them or not. I was thinking about I spoke to Chris about potentially getting some sort of discount for my viewers. But it would be difficult to have like commission as well as a discount. If you imagine I'm getting, these are just made up numbers, but imagine I'm somehow providing you guys with like a 5% discount code, and then I'm receiving, say, like 5% commission. That's 10% then, knocked off the cost of the products. So it's like a double discount sort of thing. And I was just sort of considering whether the commission means more to, like, I could either give you guys a discount code, or I can keep promoting Pure Seal and sort of getting, you know, earning commission from it and stuff. But I don't know what the best thing is at the moment. I'm still sort of weighing it up in my head, of because the commission's not like a substantial amount. It doesn't really, it's not paying the bills. So I'm wondering whether it's worth instead reaching out and seeing if I can get a discount code. But then it's like, what's the point if I'm not gaining anything from it? What's the point in getting a discount code for you lot? And promoting Pure Seal in my YouTube videos and taking time to do voiceovers and to film stuff specifically for Pure Seal if I'm not benefiting from it in any way. It's great if my viewers can get a discount, but it's like, is it really a good use of my time? I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. I'm still, yeah. Smart Exterior, thanks for watching. Have a good night. I've watched your entire backlog, no joke, and I've started getting through previous live streams before I found you. Can't stress enough the value. Oh, thank you so much. That's very kind. You make me want to cry. That's very nice to hear. I worry sometimes that people look to me for advice and treat it as like factual information. That's a bit of a concern for me at the moment, because it's like I am just relaying my experiences and stuff that's in places where I've failed and in places where I've succeeded. That's my Bible. That's my that's what I'm preaching, because that's what's worked for me, and those are the things that haven't. Things like leaflets. Like, I've got one job from posting over like 700 leaflets, so I would not recommend leaflets to people. But then Craig in my Discord, he swears by them. He said he's got 70% of his work from leaflets. So it's difficult, because different things work for different people, and I'm just very conscious that people are listening to my advice and taking it as gospel, and then finding that it doesn't quite work out that way for them, and that's just a bit of a concern for me. And I just want to reiterate that if anyone's listening to my videos or watching the live streams, asking questions and getting answers, just don't take that as fact, like, because you'll probably get a totally different answer from someone else who's been in the industry for 10-20 years. So just do your own research, I guess, but you know what I'm saying. I wouldn't worry. Take your commission. It's payment for the value of the information you give. Jet Clean's welcome. And the quality of the videos with the products. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the commission thing. It seems... I want the videos to be kind of pure and like, this is what I like, this is what I don't like. But I have no issues with being affiliated with any company, but still recommending potentially a competitor. Like, yes, I'm affiliated with Pure Seal. I still like some of the Smart Seal products, and they're still on my website as a trusted supplier. I love some of the PWS products. I'd still recommend Rutland pumps and AC pressure washers. Like, I'm not I've not been indoctrinated or swayed in any way by any of these suppliers. I just like what I like, and so I'd like to think that people can trust that I'm giving them like an honest opinion of stuff. And if I don't like stuff, even if it's with a company that I've got a good relationship with, I'll tell you that I don't like it, or I'll offer the company feedback. I did a course this time last year. They went on about a lad who sprayed biocide on a roof and killed the neighbour's carp, which cost 50 grand. He had to close his company. That's devastating, isn't it? And I'm not being funny. How are you applying biocide where it can drift that much into a pond? You're obviously doing it with like an X-Jet or something. You should not be using an X-Jet to apply biocide to a roof. As soon as it atomizes and the wind catches it, it will go for miles. Just stick with like a water-fed pole and a brush. If anyone's ever used biocide, you know like how bubbly and foamy it gets. And even like when I'm using a water-fed pole with a brush, applying it to like a ground surface, if I'm brushing it in, it's fine. If you pull the pole up like a foot away from the surface, you'll start to see those bubbles. Yes, it's like penetrating the ground, but it's also floating around in the air. And it's like, one, I'm wasting product, and two, where's that going? Like, is that dangerous? So then when you get up on a roof, squirting it around with a pressure washer on a roof, like, it's just going everywhere, isn't it? I haven't got so much of an issue applying it with the X-Jet on a ground surface, because the X-Jet does quite a good job of foaming it up, and you're going straight down, and it's like you can see where it's hitting. Whereas on a roof, you're just sort of spraying and praying, ain't you? Do you give out business cards? If so, do you advertise on it services or contact details? I've got business cards in the van, and I've got "We're in your area" leaflets, and I might post a few leaflets out when I do, like, if I'm on a nice road and I'm doing a driveway or gutters, faces and soffits or whatever, I might do like 5 houses that side, 5 houses this side, and just post a few leaflets out. The only time I'm using business cards is when someone asks me, "Have you got a card?" They'll walk past and they'll say, "Oh, have you got a card, mate?" And even then, sometimes I'll just give them the leaflet, because I've got photos and stuff on the leaflet. Whereas the card it's not showing off my work. It's not like, it doesn't seem like much of an advert. The card just feels like contact details rather than an advert. You know what I mean? Are the starter packs from Rutland Pumps any good? I can pretty much guarantee they are. Let me just go for another wee, and we'll go through them in a second. 2 secs. Oh my god. Well, they're expensive though, aren't they? A lot of money there. Let's have a look. Let's dig in deep. Oh, that's price descending. That's unfair. Price ascending. That's interesting. They do a roof cleaning starter kit. Presumably this machine you can just carry around with you. I'm guessing it's a low flow, low pressure machine. So it's a 12 litre per minute machine, 150 bar, which is ideal for roof cleaning really. Comes with the roof cleaning attachment. Comes with, is that a phantom pole? And a turbo nozzle and a lance. That's not a bad deal, to be fair. 2,300, well, £2,400 including that. Is this still live? Why are you still on? I'm thinking the same thing. It's been 4.5 hours. What am I doing? Yeah, business cards or flyers. In hindsight, I'd probably just go for one or the other. I'd probably lean towards flyers that are sort of generic. I had an idea last year about having a winter flyer and a summer flyer. Summer flyers for pressure washing, maybe sealing. Winter flyers for gutter clearing. I don't know, salt spreading. I haven't had any salt spreading work. Maybe Christmas light installation, all that sort of stuff. I think that's a good idea. Okay, so like a basic starter kit. What are we getting? $21 litre per minute, 200 bar. And this comes with... it comes with a surface cleaner. This photo isn't doing them any favours. I'd have a better photo showing everything all in one kit, really, to promote this as a starter kit, because from the menu back here, this looks like you're only getting a machine, a bare machine. But then when you click on it, actually you discover it comes with a surface cleaner, a Q-trigger lance, a buffer tank kit, loads of hose, turbo nozzle, lance, Sutner, Tech Pro lance. Yeah, that's a... I mean, for $2,500, that's a very, very well thought out starter kit, actually. The fact that they've included the buffer tank kit as well, knowing that you're probably going to want to build your own either wheelie bin buffer tank or mounted tank. And they're also giving you the option to get a mounted hose reel as well. That's a very, very well thought out starter kit. Don't know much about the Lonkin engines. What pump does it come with? A Mazzoni triplex pump. So recognised. Yeah, there's the J-Rod Techers. Sorry, Trackers. Every time I see your name, it makes me think of Techers. I don't know why. Yeah, that J-Rod. Is that the thing you were talking about the other day? You get all your different nozzles in one little adapter. CFC, we looked at the Gorilla earlier. I just don't know. Is it the same Lonkin engine that's used here? So let's go for the 21 litre per minute. It's the Lonkin 15 horsepower 4-stroke air cooled. It's not giving us like a... This one is a Lonkin G420. It's not giving us like the model number for the... I wonder if that's the same engine. It could be, but I don't know. That's where I'm torn. Business cards versus flyers. I bought effectively a Rutland starter kit. Just got some mods on the washer itself. I can say the build quality is amazing and they don't skimp on the accessories. There you go. I'm surprised how far it will travel. I've got £7 to start with, but I still need to buy a van with that money as well. That's a very good budget. I mean, you can get a van. You can get a small van like my Peugeot partner for less than £3, and then you can spend 150 quid on a water tank, and then you've got like another £2.5 plus accessories to pay for like a good machine. That's a very healthy budget, that is. But at the same time, like, are you happy dropping £7 on this new business venture, knowing that you've got no customers? This is like I'm torn when giving advice to people about starting their business. Would I drop £7 on a new business idea that's unproven? And you can see what everyone else is doing, and you can see that it's like a valid money maker. It works, but can you get customers, or are you gonna drop £7 on all this equipment and a van, and potentially like lose motivation for it or whatever? And how long is it going to take for you to generate that money back and then start being able to take a wage from the business? Do you know what I mean? It's like growing it from nothing, going from like a £300 machine and just having that pay for itself, and then having that pay for your van, and then having like an upgraded piece of equipment pay for, enable you to go full time, and like growing it from that point, stuff's paying for itself, and you've not dropped like a big lump sum, and now you've got to try and earn that money back. The cost that you're paying for your initial machine, if it's a cheap one, you're never out of pocket, is what I'm saying. The strategy that I've used, I've never been out of pocket. With yourself, if you're dropping £7 on this whole new setup, you're £7 out of pocket, and you've got to try and earn that back before you can start taking any profit out of the business, or at least any wage out of the business. I don't know. I don't know what makes more sense. I reckon if I had Ryan on from Curbside Cleaning, he might have some good insight into this. I had the same budget. I sold my car and traded it for a van. That's a good move. That's what I did. I had a classic car. I had a Reliant Scimitar that I was driving every day, and I was like, yeah, this is an unnecessary expense. I started looking at things as like assets versus liabilities, and I'd never considered stuff like that before. But I was looking at things like, is this costing me money, or is this making me money? That was the mindset I had when I started the business. It's after reading a couple of books and or listening to some like audio books, because I don't read. I started thinking of things as like, okay, is this going to make me money, or is this going to cost me time and money? And if it costs me, I'd get rid of it. And that was like my classic cars. I just got rid of them, swapped it for a van. The van's going to make me money. What do you guys use for invoicing or taking payment? I don't invoice any of my customers unless it's a commercial customer, and I'll just send them an email. I've made this invoicing document. So this is a recent one. This is just an Excel spreadsheet. Very simple. It's just got my bank details down the bottom here. My terms of payment. And just my logo. This is only for commercial work. I'm not invoicing my residential clients. I'm just sending them a message. Like, they know how much the work costs because I've already sent them a quote with a message. If you're, I spoke to my accountant last week on the live stream, and he alluded to having a system, having like an app with an automated system. If you have a look in the live stream section, and look on episode number 37 with Neil Seeger, he suggested like you can have accounting software that's linked with an app where you can just send invoices to your customer. It'll tell you whether it's been paid or not, so you don't have to keep chasing people. I've not transitioned to that just yet. I'm just doing everything manually, which I'm quite happy with at the moment, but I can see as things are getting a little bit busier this year, it might be something I move over to soon. And I'll keep you updated if I find something that I think is like a really good workflow. I'll do a video about it and I'll let you know what I've changed. If I find something that's saving me time and effort, I'll post about it and you'll know. As long as you're following me on social media or YouTube, I'm quite open and honest about everything that I'm doing. So they take a percentage, no contract ? Darren, what are you talking about? I don't really know what that's in reference to. Sorry, that was a while ago. Oh, are you talking about like accounting, like invoicing software? They take a 1.5%. Yeah, I mean, it could be worth it. It's like these card machines and stuff. Do I really want to give 1.5% of each transaction to some company just to be able to take card payments? I'm not sure if I do. Sage is a massive system that a lot of big companies use. My girlfriend works for a flooring company, and she specializes in Sage. She's a credit controller and basically an accountant. You have the Lonkin G420. Nice. Crackers, where did you get that machine from? Was it a Rutland Pumps machine, or was it the Equip to Clean one? I'm sick of working for someone else. I need to do my own thing. I know that feeling. Well done for addressing it and joining the live stream, and you're clearly heading in the right direction. But do it sensibly. Don't just leave your job and tell your boss what you think of them, and cut off all your ties. Just do things properly and sensibly. Because you might find that if things don't quite work out, you might need to get a few days a week back at your old job and just, yeah. You used to work for Sage. Gary, welcome. You guys are talking about Bruno, welcome. Bruno has recently joined the Discord. How you doing, mate? How's business? Bought it from Savvy Birmingham, mate, into Pump. Get as close as possible to breaking even by the end of the year. If you have a plan and a strategy, then you can make it work. Like anything, a strategy is what makes or breaks you. Thanks for the help, everyone. Yeah, it's weird for me, like, because everyone's in a different position. Everyone is coming from a different starting point. Some people have 7 grand saved up that they can just drop on a new machine and a new van and whatever. Other people are starting with no additional cash. They're literally scraping to get by every month, which was the position that I was pretty much in 2.5 years ago. I had no savings. I had no spare money, but I saved up a little bit, and I was like, well, I've got to do something. So I managed to save about £300 or £400, and I just got started, and I just slowly worked my way up. Some people have got savings. I never did. I never had that. And it's hard for me to give advice to those people because I don't know what it takes to build that money back. You drop 7 grand on new equipment, new van, whatever. How long before you can start taking a wage from your business? How long before? Yeah, I don't know. I bought this washer. It doesn't have a return to tank for the pump. What are the chances this is something that's easy to sort, or is it a case of a new pump? Always conscious of not letting off the trigger for too long. So I got my return to tank valve fitted on my pressure washer from Pressure Washer Sales and Service in Evesham, and I don't know if it's like a generic. I don't know if it's a generic unloader valve that they fitted to mine, but mine's like a Chinese machine, Chinese pump probably, and they managed to. I'm guessing it's just a generic part. As long as the threads are the same, they can fit it. So this is my old unloader valve. Sales and Service in Evesham. So what they've done is put a brand new one on there. Slightly different direction. Like instead of the unloader coming up like that, it's going sideways. They've done all new fittings on here. They've done new quick release fittings for the tank hose, the inlet of that, and then also they've put me a return to tank bypass valve on here, which I didn't have before, but this means as soon as you come off the trigger, the water is still allowed to flow through the pump, which is cooling the pump down, and then this hose goes back into the top of the tank. So that's a massive upgrade compared to what it was before. They've stuck that little sticker on the side there as well. But
Matt, it's just a different
and
design.
the inlet again has got an additional filter on there as well. So that's a really worthwhile upgrade in my opinion. I can leave this machine to run all day now, and it's not going to get too hot. I know I'm not going to have any more issues with that spring, and that's massive peace of mind now. Now, while I was testing out my surface cleaner the other day on my own drive,
I don't think there's any particular benefit of it being like a different orientation. It's just a slightly different design for that particular unloader valve. Having that return to tank though is probably prolonging the life of that machine, particularly the pump. I think I'm going to end there. It's almost 5 hours that I've streamed tonight, which is mad after the day that I've had. It's been a long day, so I'm going to finish my whiskey and coke. I'm going to leave you guys to it, and thank you so much for watching the live stream. There's a bunch of you guys that have been here from the very beginning, so if you want to catch up on this from the very beginning, you can go over to my YouTube channel and click on the live section here. These are all the previous live streams, so you can catch up on all the stuff we've been up to. We've got some interviews on there. We've got some interview with Darren from PWS, Julia from Gutter Vacuum Systems here. We've got Callum from Solar Secure. We've got Dave from Squeaky Clean Services. Ryan from Curbside Cleaning. There's my accountant on there as well. Lots of stuff to go through. So thank you everyone for tuning in. I hope is it Monday yet? I hope I've managed to answer everyone's questions and stuff. Nice one. Really appreciate it. As soon as I click live, I've got like 30 or 40 viewers that just pop into the chat, and that's crazy to me. So very humbling. And I'm going to play another advert before I go, but have a good night. Thank you. See you in a bit.
Now these videos take a lot of time and effort to film and edit on top of trying to run a successful pressure washing business. If you find any of the information in my videos useful, then I'd like for you to consider becoming a paid member of the channel. Circle members and above will get access to my private Discord for members only, where you can pretty much get a hold of me 24 hours a day for inspiration, technical help, marketing advice, or just a general chat. I post pictures and videos that you won't see on any of my other socials. You'll be the first to hear about giveaways, special offers and announcements, and it's just generally a nice place full of like-minded people who are all heading towards similar goals. We've got various different experience levels. We've got a few professionals in the chat as well. If you want to push your business, in my opinion, this is the place to be. We also have two other membership tiers. One is just to show a bit of support for the channel, and the other one is for boosted members, which will not only give you access to the private Discord, but also loads of high quality promotional images for you to start your business. I know what it's like when you're ready to get going, but you don't have any before and after pictures to put on your leaflets. At the moment, there's about 150 images that you can use for pretty much whatever you like, and my intention is to constantly update these over the next few years with all of my before and afters that have helped promote my business. Last thing before I let you go, new videos come out every Monday night at 5:30, and then I go live at 7:30 to chat to you guys and answer as many questions as possible. We do live quotes for real customers and just generally keep up to date with everything going on in the pressure washing world. Thanks for watching. Back to the video.